5 on October 20th, 2020, and I'm going to call the meeting to order. Deputy Clerk of the Board, could you conduct a roll call?
Absolutely. Supervisor Brown?
Here.
Supervisor McCowan? Hi, Supervisor McCowan. There you are.
Here.
Thank you. Chair Haschak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
And Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Thank you. Good morning.
Okay, I'd like to invite Becky Emery to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Ms. Emery, and we appreciate that and all your work. In order to speak via telecomment, one must submit a speaker form online before 8 a.m. the day of the meeting. The link to the telecomment request forms can be found on both the first and last pages of the meeting agenda and on the Board of Supervisors website under Agenda and Minutes and Public Engagement. If you have submitted a telecomment request for either public expression or consent calendar, please call in now. So, on public expression, we have a couple people. So is Neil Altamari on the line?
Yes, hello, I'm on.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Altamari. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you all for your time today. I appreciate all the work you do. So I just want to start off by saying thank you very much for your time and dedication. Just calling in as a parent and community member in Mendocino County, a parent with a young child. I know through the COVID crisis, we've all made a lot of adjustments. And since around mid-March, all of our community playgrounds have been closed down. I know that on September 28th, the governor and the California Department of Public Health put out some updated orders that can easily be found online that playgrounds and play equipment can be reopened. All of our surrounding counties, Lake County, Humboldt County, Sonoma County, they've all opened playgrounds and play equipment. As a parent with a child that would love to go on play equipment, I noticed that in Mendocino County, all of our county playgrounds continue to be closed, despite the surrounding counties all being open and the updated public health guidelines reflecting it can be open. And I'm just curious if there's any plans on reopening those anytime soon with the updated guidelines.
Okay, I guess we'll hear from Dr. Cora and see if he can answer that later on in his report in a few minutes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is Christine Altamari on the line?
No, she is not.
Okay, then we will go on to the consent calendar. And I just wanted to say that item 8A is on the consent calendar too. So are there any items to be pulled from the consent calendar? I understand item 4E will be pulled for separate consideration. Supervisor Brown request?
It's just for a statement, discussion.
Okay. Are there any other items to be pulled?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. I request that 4R be pulled, and on 8A, since that's very much related to another agenda item, I wonder if it wouldn't maintain a big leaf of transparency if we consider it either with or after the item for the purchase of the property.
Okay,
Since 8A
okay, we can do
authorizes,
that.
oh, thank you.
All right, so you're pulling 4R.
Yes.
Anything else to be pulled? Okay, so Supervisor Brown, would you like to make your comments about item 4E?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And this is the item, approval of appointments in lieu of election for the November 3rd, 2020 statewide general election. And we have a number to be considered. And I just wanted to make the point that some of the districts have basically vacant seats now, based on the fact that no one that resides within that district signed up for the election. And it's my understanding from the elections clerk's office that we can make appointments to those seats, but it has to be by the November 3rd deadline. So for our next meeting on Tuesday, November 3rd, I'm requesting that we have an agenda item that we can address those vacant seats. Anyone from the public residing within those districts can send in a letter asking to be appointed. And I've been very busy calling all the special districts within the first district and trying to surface people to hold those seats. Our special districts can't really function without full boards. So that's my comment. Do not want to hold this up. It can go along with other items on the consent. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And
Hearing
Mr.
nothing
Chair,
else to be pulled. Special. Yes.
initially on
Super.
4R, I just have a question, and then depending on the question, I would either have a separate vote or not. So do we have someone, and this is an amendment to an agreement with Community Development Services to increase the total amount and extend the term. Is this, perhaps someone can answer this question, is this the same firm that was responsible for the Masonite Infrastructure Community Development Block Grant application?
I'm looking to someone who can answer that question.
Hello, this is Brent Schultz, Chair Hasek, Planning and Building Services Director. Our speaker here kind of broke up a little bit. Was the question, is this the consultant that worked on was this the Masonite street improvements?
Correct. Is this company the same firm that was responsible for that application?
My understanding is I do believe they worked on that, and it was an EDA grant. I believe most of the work that this firm does for us is on CDBG grants.
And thank you, but this was an EBA and Economic Development Administration, and I thank you for the correction. So I would request a separate vote on that item, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to vote on everything on the consent calendar except for item 4R. And 8A we'll consider later. Okay, Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair, did we have public
Yes,
comment?
everybody. Oh, no, we haven't had public comment, but we don't have any public comment listed for any call-in. So,
Thank you.
not seeing any public comment, we will go to the vote.
Do you need a motion?
Oh, yeah, we do need a motion. Sorry, I'm trying to speed this up because we have Senator McGuire calling in at 9:15. So sorry about that. Okay, we need a motion. Thank you, Supervisor Brown.
I will move approval of the consent calendar with the exception of 4R that will be heard separately.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Deputy Clerk, could you conduct the roll call vote now?
Yes. Supervisor Brown.
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan.
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yes.
Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
And Chair Hashtack.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion
Okay,
carries
we're going-
unanimously.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Hashtack?
We're going to hold off 4R until later because we have Senator McGuire on the line, I believe. So Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, your audio is breaking up. I don't know if you know this.
Oh, okay.
Maybe the phone is a fallback.
Yeah. I'll call in because I hear it on my side. So, but I was wondering if Senator McGuire is on the line to talk about the project Homekey, and we really appreciate his efforts on this and calling in.
Chair Hashtack, we don't have him yet.
Okay. Okay, then let's see. Let's go to item 4R, and we will interrupt this if Senator McGuire calls in. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't think we need discussion. I simply intend to register a no vote over questions that I have about the expertise of this firm as they pursued the application for the EDA grant. So if anyone wants to make a motion and get this on the floor, we can take care of this quickly. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion? Was that a motion?
It's not a motion, but a question for Supervisor McCowan is, does he have an alternative?
No, I don't. I'm disappointed that staff did not search for an alternative before getting to this juncture, but I simply personally cannot support extending the contract with this firm.
Could I ask a question of staff? My question would be, what would be the consequence if this item was postponed for 1 or 2 meetings?
This is Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director. We would be out of contract. We are right in the middle of trying to finalize with HCD the Economic Development Revolving Loan Funds and the small grants projects for COVID, and that would be not a good thing for us. By the way, I have been monitoring the work of this firm since I've got here, and I'm pleased with the work they were doing so far. I would recommend the board approve the contract extension, the time extension, and the increase in the amount.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
I would like to move the recommended motion after hearing from staff.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All right, Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Absolutely. Supervisor Williams.
No.
Supervisor McCowan.
No.
Supervisor Brown.
Yes?
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yes.
And Chair Hashtack.
Yes.
The motion carries with Supervisors McCowan and Williams dissenting.
Okay, is Senator McGuire on the line?
No, Chair Hashtack. We are working to get him on the line, and we will notify you as soon as he is with us.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, let's go on to item 5A. And with 5A, we're going to do it a little differently today. And in that, we are just going to have Dr. Corin present some remarks about what is happening with the COVID-19. And then we will go to questions from staff. Questions from the board. So is Dr. Corin on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, could you go ahead, Dr. Corin? Good morning.
Yes. Well, thank you, Chair Hashtag, members of the board, and CEO Carmel Angelo. I had planned a little bit of background context, but I'm going to shorten that and get right to the point here. In Mendocino, we are one of 10 counties in California that are still in the purple tier. And of course, a lot of concerns, resistance is building and so on and so forth. Our total cases yesterday were 1,020. We've had 21 deaths in our county. We have only one person hospitalized at this point, and that person is out of county. Isolated at this point are 62 of our citizens and quarantined 171. Our case rate positivity is 3.72, which is actually very good. And the daily positive case rate average, this is 7 days with a 7-day delay, is 5.0, which puts us in the red tier numbers, but we're not in the red tier. We are waiting for any further test results to be reported, at which point we could tip over into the purple tier again, but I am cautiously very optimistic. Remember that we were very close to this in mid-September when we ran into surges, Labor Day, outbreaks at Ken Fowler, and 2 smaller outbreaks at the Native American reservations here. We peaked at 13.1. That's the average case rate per day on 10/4. And so we've come down steadily since then with those outbreaks being mitigated. We're on the cusp at this point, and we may not make it. But I am cautiously optimistic that we're going to be qualified to enter the red tier next week. We will have to maintain that for at least till Sunday, when the state will actually judge. We also need to keep it going for 2 weeks before schools can open while we're in the red tier. For that reason, because we're so close, I did choose not to follow state guidance on gatherings, which would make that high-risk activity more consequential and potentially hold us back from the red tier when we can open a lot more businesses. The guidance from the state on playgrounds that I think it's Altman brought up is not actually of my doing. For our purposes, the state guidance on playgrounds can go forward. However, we've discussed it at length with city managers, and they simply don't have the staff to comply with the state guidance and keep those playgrounds safe. So this is an issue for the cities. If we make it into the red tier, the new equity measures for small counties will help us to prevent backsliding. It won't entirely stop backsliding, but it will help prevent it. We have consistently and continuously been improving our response, and the state has recognized this when we developed the concept of bubbles, and then we found the problems in CalReady, and we're now using CalConnect to identify workplaces, school connections, and tribal affiliations, and that's being taken up by the state. We understand that racial disparities are not going to be fixed overnight, but we have been meeting regularly with Latinx leaders and Chamber of Commerce and working with NCO and other non-governmental organizations. The Chambers has begun and is improving their Mask Up Mendocino. And we have in the county developed programs to publish all of our orders and publications in Spanish. And on Media Day, which we're having regularly on Fridays, we are now doing simultaneous translation so that our Latinx community can also follow. The board has set aside money for hiring bilingual and bicultural community health workers, and they have been interviewed and are being hired as well. We're working to improve employment from that community to the rest of the county government. And we're also working to develop a Promotoris model in our county. Testing, we've changed the Optum surveillance schedule to cover Sundays, and that has been a great success. We are now working with the Lodging Association, Wineries and Vintners Association, and the Chambers of Commerce to offer workplace testing to accommodate those essential workers who have not been able to leave work to get tested. We've received the new rapid testing packets from the state called Binax Now, which could be used offsite and may replace in time the pre-work screen, or not replace, but augment it and make it a much more powerful tool to keep our workplaces and even schools safe. But it does require someone who is trained in the use of it. Nevertheless, it doesn't require a machine, so it's easy to use. And it probably in the future, it will be as easy to use and available to be used by individuals in their home. We are also planning to merge our business inspections with COVID business checks to see how our orders are actually functioning in the field and to do some education at that time. We still have to rely on masking, distance, and hygiene as our current weapons. The upcoming challenges are, of course, the surge is happening in the entire United States, and that's happening in counties in California as well. People are suffering from all the shutdowns, but there is also a lack of a unified response and a lot of misinformation going on. The winter is coming, and with that comes the influenza, which we're encouraging flu shots. Colds and possibly COVID will also peak because of that. We have no experience with how that will merge with influenza. The schools will be opening when we are in the red tier for 2 weeks, and they are offering regular surveillance to their staff. And we will strictly require testing of any children or staff who come to school or who call in with illness or a history of contact. Because although they are less vulnerable to COVID, the children are more capable of transmission, and that's the problem we face. So we're hovering near red, and again, I'm hopefully optimistic, but cautiously optimistic. It's a less restrictive tier, and when we get there, restaurants will be able to open, gyms will be able to open indoors, and many other businesses as well, but it'll be limited. There'll be restrictions. And this is consistent with our continuous hard work and innovations that the people in the health department and the HSSA has been doing. It's taken us a lot of energy to get here, but we're making progress. And I just want to encourage people to hold the line. We need to encourage the masking, distance, and hygiene. And I'll end my report there.
Chair Hashtag, you're muted.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Gorin. Can you hear me now?
It's a little warbly. We do have Senator McGuire on the phone.
Right. Good morning, Senator McGuire.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Board.
Okay, we're going to interrupt our talk about COVID-19 and go to the Homekey project that you've been helping the county with. So, Senator McGuire, you're more than welcome to, you have the floor now.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all of the board members and, of course, County Administrator and the amazing staff team. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. Mr. Chair, if it's all right with you and your board, would like to be able to just talk briefly about the challenges we face here in rural California when it comes to homelessness, and specifically about the potential Homekey project within the beautiful city of Ukiah. And then obviously take any comments, questions, criticisms that you or your board may have. Look, I think we can all agree, all living in rural California, and like much of rural America, our communities face incredible challenges. Like rural America, rural California has some of the highest rates of opioid usage and unemployment, and of course, homelessness and childhood poverty. And I think we need to be candid. Sacramento has not always focused, as they should have, on rural communities. And there's one word for that. That's shameful. Working with the legislature and the governor, we have made it our mission. To invest homeless funding where we need it most, and that's in rural California. Our approach with the state has been data-driven and intentional. Invest funding in communities that face the biggest challenges with California's homelessness crisis. And I want to just give some perspective related to the funding. Just 6 years ago, when I was sworn into the state Senate, not one dime of state homelessness grants was invested north of Sonoma County. Now it's tens of millions of dollars. And behind the beauty of the North Coast, I think we need to talk about some really ugly statistics that are simply unacceptable and why we need this homelessness grant funding. Number one, Humboldt County, one county north of us, has the highest population per capita of homeless residents in the entire state of California, the third highest homelessness rate in the nation. Lake County, to the east of us, has the highest percentage of unsheltered homeless residents in the United States of America. And right here at home in Mendocino County has the third highest homeless population in the state of California, the third highest, the 12th highest in the United States of America. These statistics, I think we can all agree, are unacceptable. And the strategy of doing nothing because there aren't any state or federal dollars or simply scratching the surface hasn't worked. And it's made this problem even worse. And what we need here on the North Coast and what we need in every corner of California is a data-driven approach to be able to solve this crisis with funding attached. And this means we need to advance more permanent supportive housing that is wrapped, each unit is wrapped with mental health services and drug and alcohol addiction counseling. We need permanent supportive housing with strong on-site management to ensure accountability of residents who call these potential former hotel sites home. And look, folks always say that the state moves too slow. And in many cases, they're right. The state can be incredibly bureaucratic. We can bleed red tape. And we have to admit, at times, it is like a snail's pace to be able to get something done. But not this year. Not this year. The state is moving with urgency because of the size of the homelessness crisis that exists in big cities and small in every corner of the Golden State. Tens of thousands of homeless residents call the streets home every night in this state, 151,000, and that number continues to grow. 22,500 of the 151,000 who call California streets home every night are families with kids. There are nearly 12,000 kids who are homeless in the state. Thousands more are on the cusp because of the recession that we're in. Is this strategy, Project Homekey, the perfect strategy? No, no strategy ever is. But we've heard from local leaders, members of your board of supervisors, members of local city councils, and we've heard from the business community. The state needs to get their act together, and the state needs to be an active, engaged partner, and they need to move quicker. And that is what we're doing. We're moving money quicker. We're focusing on communities with the biggest need, and we're developing a comprehensive approach. Funding for housing and then funding for wraparound services. We can't have one without the other. Now, I will say, and I know that your board is very focused on this, this potential development in Ukiah needs public input, and we couldn't agree more. And we will be honored to be able to partner with your board and the city of Ukiah to be able to do an initial kickoff town hall in November. And this would be the first of a series of community meetings that would, of course, be focusing on management, focusing on what the wraparound services would be on site. And of course, it would be focused on off-site mitigation to mitigate any impact to the surrounding neighborhood. Again, we have been trying to be responsive, of trying to move with urgency, to be able to get dollars into the hands of local government, to be able to develop unique approaches to be able to tackle this crisis that impacts the communities that we all love. Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to be able to answer any questions, take any comments or criticisms. And again, Mr. Chair, thank you for allowing me to be here. I know this is a big decision and look forward to partnering with you to ensure its success now and in the years to come, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Senator McGuire. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much.
Okay, very good. Thank you for your support on this and the Project Homekey opportunity that faces us this afternoon. We're certainly thankful for your words and you being able to talk with us this morning. Let me open it up to the board to see if there's any questions that they have specifically for you. Okay, from the board, are there questions? Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator McGuire, for being here with us today and for your work on this and many other issues to secure funding for Mendocino County to address critical issues that face our community. We've heard from critics who say, gosh, you shouldn't be using this money for this purpose. You need to do all these other things with it. Just for the record, these funds, my understanding, can only be used for this purpose and based on the nature of the application, only for this specific location. There's not an opportunity for Mendocino County to redirect these funds. Is that accurate?
Supervisor McCowan, first off, thank you. You have been a champion on addressing the homelessness crisis here in the county, and I just want to take a moment to acknowledge. And then getting to your question, you're absolutely right. These dollars, over $600 million that has been set aside by the state of California, these dollars are solely focused on the acquisition of units to permanently house individuals who are homeless. The intent of these dollars is not just to provide the housing, but then also to be able to work with counties and provide financial support for wraparound services, both on drug and alcohol addiction, as well as mental health. And what we know is that many of those who are chronically homeless on the streets in Mendocino County or throughout the state are dual diagnosis, challenged with mental health and substance abuse, which is why these dollars are so urgent. Why we will disperse these dollars by December 31st. Local governments have up until December 31st to be able to dedicate the dollars to permanent housing. And these dollars cannot go to any use other than permanent housing for homelessness. And it can't be used for any other use like roads or youth sports or anything like that. These dollars have to go to the property in which the grant application identified by the county or the city. Supervisor McCowan, you are 100% spot on.
Thank you, Senator. And one follow-up concern has also been expressed that, gosh, after your initial operating reserve is exhausted, perhaps in 2 years, how do we know the state is going to continue to help fund this facility? And I wonder if you could give us your assessment of your belief in whether the state will continue to make funds available to support this purpose. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Supervisor Cowan. All really good questions. So there are various funding sources that have existed for years and have actually expanded. And I want to point out that despite the recession that we're in, the state of California has not only expanded one-time funding for the purchase of properties, but we've actually expanded programming funding focused on both drug and alcohol addiction, as well as mental health. This is a priority now. This is going to be a priority in the years to come. Candidly, we can't afford not to continue to fund dollars to be able to solve this homelessness crisis. So there are various funding accounts, various funding accounts within the CalWorks program, within the treatment program funding that's dedicated by the state and the feds. There's emergency solutions housing program funding. There's funding from HEAP, as well as No Place Like Home. So yes, Supervisor McCowan, you are right. The state is going to continue to fund ongoing dollars to be able to take care of those wraparound services that are so desperately needed. It's not just about providing shelter. It's not just about providing permanent housing. It's about also ending the cycle of addiction and focusing on mental health counseling. And that is what the state is committed to do with the County of Mendocino. And your board has been so dedicated to that mission as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the board?
Chair Hashek.
Supervisor Judy.
Yeah, Senator McGuire, thank you again for stepping up for Mendocino County over and over again. One comment that we get is we have limited homeless services in Mendocino County, or mental health services, and they're, in my mind, they're improving, but we don't really have a way of knowing how effective they are in relation to other programs throughout the state. And I'm just a sort of a request, something to think about is perhaps the state could, as they're rolling out and expanding these programs, perhaps the state could be looking at what are the most effective techniques and programs in the state of California, in communities throughout California, and then provide some guidance and some benchmark measurements for other counties to help make sure that we're all being as effective as we can. Thank you.
Supervisor Jurdy, good morning. It's good to see you, sir. You're absolutely right. There are several successful models, both in both urban as well as rural centers. Would love to be able to work with you on that. And at this town hall that we'd like to be able to host in partnership with your board and the city of Ukiah, we'd like to be able to bring in some of those nonprofit experts who run some of those permanent supportive housing developments that's wrapped with services. And we'd also like to be able to bring in some state experts as well to talk about models that have worked that would be able to help shape a request for proposal process that your board could potentially launch to be able to bring in a on-site nonprofit manager to manage both those residents, to manage the programming, both mental health as well as drug and alcohol addiction. Supervisor Jurdy, I'd love to work with you and your board on this. It's absolutely critical to long-term success. The only way that these programs are successful is by having strong on-site management. And we'd love to be able to work in partnership with you on that. There are several successful models, and we will be bringing in some of those experts. And we'll also have offline conversations with your staff on that as well. Supervisor Jurdy, really great suggestion, and look forward to working with you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? All right.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, sir. This is the invisible Supervisor Carrie Brown, Senator McGuire.
You're never invisible.
But I just want to thank you. Also, it was stated for all you've done for Mendocino County. You've been there for us ever since you've been in office. We do really appreciate your work as our state senator, and look forward in working on other projects as we move into the future. Certainly Supervisor Jurdy and his suggestion is right on, and I hope, that counties can work together and learn about each other's successful programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge Supervisor Brown. You have been amazing for this county. I have loved working with you both as a county supervisor and as a member of the Senate. You are going to be dearly missed. And I just want to thank you for your lifetime commitment to the residents of Mendocino, whether it's with the Farm Bureau or on the Board of Supervisors or on the Fair Board. You have just given it all. I promise you, Supervisor Brown, we are going to be with you, the county, and the board every step of the way on this process. The success and future successes is dependent on this project. There is motivation. I don't want to speak ever for your board, but if your board decides to move on this, and I hope you would, there is going to be motivation for all of us to ensure that this first significant project is incredibly successful. We have a crisis on our hands, and we can't afford just to continue to ignore it. And so that's why I look forward to working with you. You have my commitment that I will be with you every step of the way to be able to bring in a proven nonprofit, to be able to run this proposed site, to ensure its success, and also to focus on those programs, drug and alcohol addiction counseling, as well as mental health, to ensure that those who are living there have a much better life in the future. And thank you again, Supervisor Brown.
All right, any other questions from the board? Again, I'd like to thank you on behalf of Mendocino County Senator McGuire for all you've done for us and for this opportunity. And we look forward to the town halls and further communication with our communities, especially the city of Ukiah, in making this a successful program. So thank you very much for your time this morning. And if there's anything you need, just call on us.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Grateful to be with you. Thank you to the board. And Supervisor Williams is putting all this to shame with his tie today. Good stuff. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, take care. All right. So we left off with Dr. Corrin had just finished his report. And the way we're going to do it is we're just going to take questions. I'd just like to start it off with a comment that Dr. Corrin talked about the Promotores de Salud program, and I had a meeting yesterday with leaders from the Latinx community, Director Chandler from Health and Human Services, some other people who were advocating for Nuestra Alianza from Willits to do a pilot program for Promotores de Salud. And so we appreciate Supervisor McCowan's work on this. And we're looking forward to launching that very shortly. So I don't know if Director Chandler is on the line, if she has anything else to add to that, but it was a very promising conversation we had yesterday. So if Director Chandler is not on the line, if anyone else has a question for any of the people concerning COVID-19 or the fire disasters we've had, we'll take questions from the board at this point.
Supervisor Hashak, this is Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. May I speak about the fire for just a moment?
Sure, go ahead.
So I would like to report that the County of Mendocino and local nonprofit agencies will be supporting a local assistance center located at 390 Commercial Street in Willits on October 26th, 2 to 6 p.m. And we will be up supporting the survivors of the August fire on Wednesday, the 28th, 2 to 6 p.m. The Oak Fire was declared a federal disaster last Friday by the president and our state. So FEMA representatives will be located at that same location, 390 Commercial Street, Willits, from October 26th through the 29th, open 2 to 6 p.m. for individual assistance. Evacuees or those people that have suffered damage in the fire may apply for FEMA assistance at that time. At this point, the August fire is not declared a federal disaster, and at this time, FEMA will not be joining us up in Covelo on the 28th. Thank you.
Okay, and is that 390 Commercial Street? That's the community center in Willits?
It's the library, the Willits Library. Yeah, and
Okay.
we'll be setting up outside social distancing, rules apply, masks, and of course, many departments from the county and various nonprofit agencies are invited to attend as well.
Okay, and you're going to get the word out to the community?
Yes, we're, I believe PIO Sarah Duquette is working and finalizing that today, and we'll be working with Sheriff's Office, Captain Greg Van Patten, to get those notices out today.
Okay, very good. Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. Question for Deputy CEO Antle regarding the August fire. I believe a damage assessment has been done, and although we may not have got the results, so could you update us on where we are with that? And based on your experience, would it seem that the damage assessment there would also support a federal disaster declaration?
What we learned, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO, what we've learned here recently, well, again, last Friday, was that FEMA has changed some of their regulations for declaring disasters. And that was part of the struggle of getting the Oak Fire included. The Oak Fires included, again, with several of their counties that suffered fires around the same time. When FEMA changed those guidelines, it seems that the count of qualified homes went from 800 homes to 2,500 homes. I don't know the additional conversations that happened to get us included in that deck with those other 5 counties. Now, on the August fire, for us to be counted alone, we would not qualify. At that time, when they went up to do the tour, I believe we still had 5 zones. Sheriff can correct me if I'm wrong. I think we still had 5 zones that were still hot, meaning we could not go in those zones. At that time, we had counted 10 homes had been destroyed in other outbuildings. So I don't think the August fire in our county would qualify alone. But again, the August fire is over 1 million acres and it's involving 5 to 6 counties. And again, Sheriff can clarify the specifics on that. And I do know the damage in Tehama County is great, as well as Trinity County.
Thank you. And I'm confident that the chair on behalf of the board and the executive office and CEO will continue to lobby on behalf of our county to be included in a future disaster declaration. And yes, of course, it would be on a regional scale. Thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, I do have questions of Dr. Corrin.
Okay, go ahead, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. First of all, Facebook rumors. There's some suspicion that once someone tests positive and they're retested, they're counted again. And I would just like to confirm my understanding that our total cases reflects, unique individuals, with the exception, perhaps if someone was released from isolation and then became reinfected, that might show up as a second case. But other than that, I believe our case count is unduplicated. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We report only PCR testing. Sometimes people will get false response from the antigen testing. That is not counted in our test numbers.
Thank you. So we're only including the PCR testing, which has a far greater rate of reliability. Thank you for that clarification. I did also have some questions about how we move from one tier to another and how our case rate is calculated. And of course, we all know it's a 7-day average based on a 7-day lag. But on the California Department of Public Health website, what they're showing as of last night, and this will change today, but as of last night, they were showing an assessment that covered the period of September 27th to October 3rd, based on an assessment done October 12th, last Tuesday. They reported test positivity of 3.5, which not an issue for us at this time, but a case rate of 8.1. An assessment will be released today, I would assume, based on the period from October 4th to October 10th. Looking at the case numbers that we have reported daily on the data dashboard, it appears foreseeable that when the new numbers are released today, we still will not qualify to move into the red tier. We have posted on the website, I think, the case rate that was shown on the data dashboard yesterday evening was 5, if I remember correctly. And I'd like to know what period of time is that case rate of 5 based on? What specific days does that cover? Is it a full week or is it a partial week? And why do our reported case rates not match with the states? I'm assuming they cover different time frames.
Yes. Through the chair, the answer, I think you've asked a couple of questions. Our numbers may not completely match what the state says. We're usually more up to date than the state is on reporting. They've had significant problems with CalReady reporting in the past. They continue to have a lag from what we see at our end. And the dashboard is showing a 7-day case rate 7 days ago. And the 7-day case rate, the average of the 7-day case rate 7 days ago. So the one last night, yes, it did show 5, and that would correspond to the 18th to no, actually, yeah, it would correspond from the 12th to the 18th. But actually, what we look at is from Sunday to Saturday. So it's not exactly, so it's hard to use that data and compare it to what the state will actually look at. But the state is also going to look at that 7-day average with a 7-day lag over the prior 2 weeks. So it's a complex number, and it's calculated in a complex way. And sometimes, our getting results back from the labs can take 2 to 3, sometimes 4 days. And so these numbers can change because we get the results later. Now, the reason for the 7-day lag is to eliminate most of that. And, we're right close to the cusp, and we may not make it to red this time around. It is possible.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I do have a follow-up or two. So a new assessment will be released today, or the state will tell us what our case rate is. And I believe that will be based on October 4th through October 10th. Tuesday through Sunday, with the 7-day lag. So looking at our reported cases on our data dashboard from October 4th through October 10th, it seems predictable that the case rate that the state is going to cite today when they update will leave us in the purple tier. Is that accurate?
Dr. Corn?
Thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah, from the 4th to the 10th, we have a very low case rate, the average. So we had actually around 5, little lower than 5 by what I'm looking at for that week. But it'll, we have to look at the surrounding weeks as well. We have to have that average 2 weeks in a row. So we'll see if this past week will also qualify. And that's what I'm concerned about, much more.
Well, yes, we have to we have to qualify for the red tier. And so what they say on their website, and this might be slightly different for counties under 106,000, I think it is, but they say at a minimum, counties must remain in a tier for at least 3 weeks before moving forward. So that would indicate, once we have red tier numbers, we have to maintain that for at least a total of 2 weeks before we can move. Is that accurate? It says on the website, to move forward, a county must meet the next tier's criteria for 2 consecutive weeks.
That's correct. So it's not 3 weeks, it's 2 weeks.
Right. So,
but we're looking at a lag of 1 week, because it's not even judged for the most recent week.
Right. But so one more question: the number that is reported on the data dashboard, does that cover? But it changes daily, which makes it look as if that's a rolling average that is being reported.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
That's correct. It's the rolling,
and yet
7-day average 7 days ago.
But the state doesn't look at a rolling average. They look at a fixed 7 days,
right,
to calculate their assessment that they will be releasing today.
Correct.
So they're doing a one-time calculation based on that's defined 7-day period. So I don't know why we're using a different system of apparently using a different 7 days every day that we update the data dashboard. It seems like we should focus on the time frame that we know the state will use for their assessment. We should be reporting on that same time frame, and depending on where we are in the week, it could be based on 3 days of data, our average is, and if we maintain that for the full 7 days, we would qualify. I guess what I'm trying to say, I don't see the relevance of using a different time frame to calculate the case rate that we show on our data dashboard. Because looking at the period of time the state uses, I don't see how we get to a case rate of 5.
Well, several weeks ago, before we changed the dashboard, it just showed the daily number, and we changed so this could be more of an approximation, so people could see how we're doing. And it doesn't exactly match the data, especially in midweek, of what the state will look at in their defined weeks. So this could be a change we might consider making, but then we would keep that number consistent. We would keep it based on the same week and not change Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So it really wouldn't be a rolling average. It would be an average based on, a week ago from Sunday, let's say, or a week ago from Monday. It goes from Sunday to Saturday. So we could do it that way. So this is a different way to represent it to the public. This was what we thought was progress back then, and I can hear what you're saying, and we may need to change what it shows. But at this point, it is a rolling average.
Thank you, Dr. Korn. I appreciate that. I think it'd be a more meaningful representation of where we stand. For instance, knowing that the state is going to use the period of October 4th through the 10th, when they release their assessment today, we should be able to show, of course, you note some discrepancy between our numbers and theirs, but we should be reporting on that same time frame that the state uses. So I appreciate you being open to that suggestion. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
And I do have a question for Sheriff Kendall, if he is on the line.
Yeah, and we do need to move on. So Sheriff Kendall, you have a question from Supervisor McCowan. Could you make it direct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like an update on where we stand in the jail in terms of how many inmates do we have that are serving state prison terms in our local jail? And then additionally, how many state prison inmates that have been sentenced to state prison are being held in our jail? Because I understand the state is not accepting new commitments of state prison inmates who by law belong in state prison. So they are backing up in our jail, is my understanding. So those are questions on the numbers. And then additionally, is the county being adequately compensated for the cost of keeping state prison inmates in our jail who should have been sent to state prison? Thank you.
Through the chair, I think I've got all that. This morning we had 47 inmates that have been sentenced to state prison that are in county jail custody that the state is not accepting from us. That is just the state prison sentences. We've got roughly, I believe, another 30-ish that were state prison inmates who were released from state prison and are on post-release community supervision. Currently we receive right at $94 a day per inmate. It's 93 plus some change. That doesn't cover the needs that we have, especially in the medical arena. We've got one subject who has some serious medical needs. We're getting about $650 a week per inmate. He's costing us almost $7,000 per week. That combined with the fact that the state prison inmates often require much more supervision than a standard county jail inmate. And the inmates that were recently released due to AB 109 and are now coming back to us for supervision, they also require a much greater level of supervision. Therefore, we've been working very hard, met with Assemblyman Woods regarding this issue, because I feel like the state is somewhat pushing their responsibilities back on us and not adequately funding us to take care of it at this point.
Mr. Chair,
answer your question. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
I would, pardon?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I just note we're agendized for the COVID and emergency update. I think we might be starting to wander a little bit off topic.
Okay, very good. I'd just like to go to Director Tammy Moss Chandler. If you have any update on the Promotores de Salud program, if you could, is there a quick update?
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Hashtag. I appreciate, again, I just want to echo your thanks to your work with the Latinx Leadership Committee that's formed among 6 different groups countywide, and the work of Supervisor McGuire to really promote and work with local advocates who've been wanting to see a Promotores model implemented in Mendocino County. This is going to be a great addition to the other Latinx leadership work that you and Dr. Corin are leading to really address the need of disproportionately high numbers of COVID-19 among our Hispanic and Latinx neighbors. So For the Promotores de Salud pilot for the next 6 months, I'm really looking forward to working with Nuestra Alianza, who is the local agency that has come forward with the capacity to really demonstrate this pilot. And we will be going into contract. They're deciding today how quickly they can implement and get started. And we'll be looking forward to bringing a report to your board with a follow-up about that at your upcoming board meetings.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Are there any other questions or comments from the board? And we do need to move on. So,
Mr.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you very much. With the discussion and the questions being asked by Supervisor McCowan, the doctor, I just wanted to bring up the fact that the CSAC Rural Caucus has an ad hoc that has been working directly with Dr. Galley at the state level regarding their matrix and the counting that's being done. Our CEO, Carmel Angelo, sits on that ad hoc. She's the president of her state association. And I'm just wondering, I'd like to ask Ms. Angelo if she would like to add any comment of what the CSAC Rural Caucus, their ad hoc's been doing.
Okay, CEO Angelo.
Chair Hashjack, thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Brown, for your input to the Rural Caucus as well. Very briefly, I would like to say that the Rural Caucus has made progress in that those counties under 106,000 are not penalized for any issues with the equity metric. So that actually has been a success of the rural counties. Additionally, the Rural Caucus has been meeting weekly with Dr. Galley, and I would say that today Dr. Galley has a much greater understanding of rural issues and what rural counties are dealing with through this COVID experience. Additionally, the Rural Caucus really focuses on the economics that we're experiencing with COVID. And so they have been making attempts to get the state CDPH to understand that businesses in rural counties really suffer much more so than larger counties through this pandemic. And so I do think they are making some progress. Additionally, we know that many of the rural counties are in purple. And so, again, we're working weekly. I think that the Rural Caucus is making great strides here. They have had some initial successes, and they really are focusing on the economics of small rural counties and attempting to get the state and CDPH to have some flexibility with rural. So thank you for allowing me to give that update. I do want to say that Mendocino County has been consistent and consistently in purple. We are in purple again. We know that the last tier assignments, there were 9 purple counties. I think there will probably be more now because we are seeing an uptick in the state. Lastly, I would like to respond that there is an adjudication process, and the adjudication process, there are public health officers that have formed a committee. This is under state guidance and direction, that if a county does have concerns about their data, the differences in the local data versus what the state has for that county, they can go through an adjudication process. I just want to assure this board and the public that Dr. Corin and Dr. Doohan have been looking at our data consistently here with our data versus state data, and are there any differences that would allow us to request an adjudication process with the state? We haven't seen that yet, but if we get to a point where we think our data is so different and that there may be some issues and we actually can do a request an adjudication, we will do so. So I just want to make sure that the board is aware that we are very much focused on moving this county out of purple. Thank you. And thank you to Supervisor Brown for bringing up the Rural Caucus and allowing me to give an update. Thank you.
Chair Hashjack.
Yes.
I just want to remind everyone that if you're not speaking, to please mute your microphone. Thank you.
Very good. And we have Howard DeShiel, Director of Transportation, who has something to say too. Mr. DeShiel. Mr. DeShiel, are you there? Okay, we'll go back to the board. Are there any other questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. I would like to thank you and Director Tammy Moss Chandler and Nuestra Alianza and other Latinx leaders for stepping up on promotores. And it does sound as if we're about to enter into a contract with a pilot with Nuestra Alianza for a 6-month period of time. May I ask first to confirm that I heard that correctly, and then secondly, what is the budget for that pilot, and in what areas are the promotores expected to operate initially?
Okay, Director Chandler.
Thank you, Chair Haschek. To answer Supervisor McCowan's initial question, yes, what we actually have talked with Nuestra Alianza about is that we could start as early as next week if they're ready and start with a startup contract right away. And then we would plan to bring a 6-month agreement that would be in the range of $150,000 to your board at either your November 17th or December first meeting in December. So that's the contract that we're working through, the exact scope of work. So I don't have in front of me right now the full area of service. Certainly Nuestra Alianza is the Family Resource Center that's been very successful in Willits around outreach and engagement with the Latino population in Willits and serving families there for quite some time. So certainly their target audience would start with their direct service area in Willits, and we'll build on it from there. But what this pilot really will bring to our county, where we have not had a local promotores model within the county, is a really solid infrastructure of training and as we would want to do with any pilot, some lessons learned in these first few months so that we can really look at how to build on the successes of this and bring forward other strategies out of this. So I hope that answers the questions. Thank you.
And if I could add a little to that there was specific targeting in Ukiah also that they would do. Okay.
Thank you. And thank you, Director Moss Chandler. And I certainly would encourage you to finalize the details of the larger agreement and bring it to the board as soon as possible. I think it certainly does make sense that Nuestra Alianza would begin in Willits, where they already have the community contacts. But as we all know, and thank you, Chair Haschek, there's certainly a need for this very type of program in the greater Ukiah Valley. And I really appreciate moving forward with the promotores, because this potentially beyond COVID is a very important part of how we address the health equity issues in our community. So I don't look at this as something that simply helps us get through COVID, but helps us address a very long-standing issue that has really been highlighted with COVID and the health equity that we've seen. So this is very encouraging, and I very much appreciate the work that's been done to move this forward. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other?
And if I may, Chair Hastek, I know you're very short on time, but just to add that we really are looking at this contract to leverage and complement the health equity work that we're doing countywide with a variety of partners, including UVA in Ukiah, and our Mendocino Latinx Alliance, our community health centers countywide. So this certainly will not be a standalone project. It will be looked at in the context of the other outreach and engagement work that's occurring countywide. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you everyone for your work on this, the COVID and the fire disasters. So moving on to agenda item 6A, discussion and possible action, including appointment of an ad hoc committee regarding appointment of chair of the Noyo Harbor Commission, consisting of Supervisors Williams and Jurdy. Okay, the sponsors are Supervisors Williams and Jurdy. So who would like to speak to it? Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, thank you. Just very briefly, each time there is a vacancy in the term for chair of the Harbor District, the county and the city both appoint ad hoc committees to interview applicants for the chair and then make a recommendation to both boards. And so we've done this many times in the past, and the position of chair has come up again. And so the county and the city are both accepting applications right now. And so our boards need to appoint the ad hoc committee. And by tradition, it's the 4th and 5th district supervisors who serve on that ad hoc committee.
Okay, Supervisor Williams, do you have anything to add to that?
No.
Okay, is there any further discussion from the board?
Mr. Chair, I move the recommended action.
We're not looking for that right now. Okay. Let's see. Any public comments? I don't see any. Are there any, Deputy Clerk?
There are no public comments on this item.
Okay, now we're looking for a motion.
So moved. The recommended action.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any further comment from the board? Okay, Deputy Clerk, could you do a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. Moving on to agenda item 5B, discussion and possible action regarding disclosure of County Council's legal analysis regarding the duration of a sheriff's term following appointment. And this was brought up by the public last week, and so County Council is bringing it forward. County Council? You're the sponsor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the board will recall, in public comment last week, there had been an issue raised regarding some questions from the public about what was the specific authority relied upon in opining that after appointment, Sheriff Kendall's term would continue for the duration of the existing term, as opposed to the board having some ability to call an earlier election through either a special election or somehow making an appointment for a shorter term than would otherwise be provided by law. As I mentioned at that time, my analysis and my advice to the board is confidential. I do have an obligation legally and ethically to be keeping client confidences. So when I advise the board, I'm required to not disclose that publicly. However, the board has the ability to authorize me to go ahead and make that public. I would generally suggest not having a blanket practice of making county council analysis available to the public. I do think there needs to be an opportunity for some very candid statements and some very frank assessments about the potential risks that I think would be harmed if every opinion were public. But I do think the board could make a very principled distinction in this case, given that it involves an election issue, given that it involves the public's confidence in the board's action and in the appointment of public officials. So if the board wants to authorize me to go ahead and provide that information, I'm happy to do so. I'd actually just ask, in terms of process, before you decide whether or not you want to authorize me to do this, I think you're going to have to go to public comment. But if the board does authorize me to disclose this information, I'd ask if I could just have an additional 5 minutes after that to just walk through that. I think it's relatively straightforward, and hopefully it'll put everyone's minds at ease.
Okay, are there any comments from the board right now? Seeing
Mr. Chair.
none? No. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. I certainly have no concerns about release of the legal analysis, which is simply based on case law and the Attorney General's opinion. And I would ask if County Council has any concern with the last paragraph of his analysis simply dealt with the need to have a resignation in hand before making an appointment. It's not really part of the legal analysis. So I wonder if the County Council has an opinion on should that simply not be released since it's not relevant to the legal authority, or is there any issue with making that public also?
If I may respond through the chair, my sort of thought and expectation was that the board would simply want me to release that portion of the opinion that was relevant to the question that had been asked by the public. I actually think there's a discrete section that I could simply take out and make public, and it's relatively brief. But I'd also just like a chance to be able to you just publicly walk through that now, since I suspect there aren't going to be a lot of people that are actually going to want to pull up the relevant authority and read through it.
Chair Haschak. Chair Haschak.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I don't have a problem releasing all of it. As best I can tell, we followed the proper procedure, the only option in front of us. But I think the public has a right to review.
Okay. Any other comments from the board or questions for County Council?
Well, that's actually the concern. The public doesn't have a right to review legal opinions of County Council provided to the board. I believe we're agreeing to make an exception, but we're making it clear we are not setting a precedent, and that any further release of County Council's opinion to the board would be on a case-by-case basis.
All right. And certainly this is a situation that came upon from the sheriff retiring or quitting after 1 year, and us having to fill in the remaining time on that. So with that, we will go to public comment. Is David Aster on the line? Mr. Aster.
Hello, Chair.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thank you, Board Chair. Thank you, County Council and the rest of the board for bringing this to the agenda. I really do appreciate it, and I do think that it's important. I certainly do understand the importance of attorney-client privilege, and I respect that there may be confidential correspondence that's perhaps more candid than we would get during these public meetings. And for important issues like this appointment, for arguably the most powerful position in the county, I think it helps the public understand how election code works. My view is that after taking into consideration the actual December 17th, 2019 meeting that I saw, my view is that after the part of the meeting where the board and the public thanked the outgoing sheriff, and we heard some of the stories and the history of the relationship between Mr. Kendall and Mr. Allman, we should have also then heard the business of how election code works in filling this position during a midterm vacancy. I'd also like to add that it might be helpful to have a way for the County Council's office to actually respond to emails from the public in instances like this, rather than no reply at all, or, for example, a member of the public like myself calling County Council's office and then being told that County Council doesn't work for the public, is very busy, and is unlikely to answer any questions because it sounds like someone is looking for legal advice. So I would suggest perhaps a form letter could be developed as a way to reply to emails that state what County Council said last week in response to my call, that the office can't respond to the public without direction from the board. I think that is a way to maintain good public relations with clarity and courtesy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Easter. And we'll go back to the board. So we're looking for direction to county council to deal with this case and just provide the legal justification for this particular case. Are we all right with that?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Supervisor. I heard from Supervisor Brown that she's all right. Supervisor McCowan?
Well, I think we should formalize it with a motion. If Supervisor Brown wants to make the recommended motion, I would second.
Why don't you go forward, Supervisor McCowan?
I move the recommended action. And noting that this is a one-time exception and is not intended to set a precedent.
Chair Haschak.
Let's see if we have a second to that first.
Second.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, County Council.
So the recommended action was actually to provide direction. It didn't specify which direction to give. So I'm just.
I move that we direct County Council to make public the specific legal analysis and authorities relied upon in advising the board as to the duration of the sheriff's term following appointment, noting that this is a one-time exception and not intended to set a precedent.
I'll second.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Withdrawn concern about ambiguity of recommended.
Okay. Okay. Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
Supervisor Brown.
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan.
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yes.
And Chair Haschak.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so we will turn to County Council, and hopefully you can do this in 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be very brief, and then I will release the additional written materials to anyone who makes a request. So just so the board understands, the relevant government code section here is 25304, and that covers the appointment in the event of vacancies of county offices. It covers every county office except for that of supervisor, as well as actually Superior Court judge. The section has not been amended since the judges became a part of the state as opposed to part of the county. The provision provides that the board has the ability to make appointment for the duration of the unexpired term. Now, interestingly enough, there's actually some language in the statute that refers to it says the appointee shall hold office for the unexpired term or until the first Monday after January 1st, succeeding the next general election. Now, that language is a little bit ambiguous, but there's actually been some case law on that. In particular, there was a case, People ex rel Murphy v. California from 1901. It was a Cal Supreme Court case, 132 Cal 334, that dealt with this term, dealt with this language in what was actually a predecessor statute. So this particular statute was not enacted until 1947, when there was actually the current government code. Many of the statutes in there were actually part of what was at the time the political code. So I believe that was the point at which it shifted over, but the language that was interpreted was substantively identical. It was language, again, holding that it was, or stating that it was the duration of the term or until the first Monday after the next general election. And what the Supreme Court held in that case was that the language did not create an alternative and did not create an ability to make an appointment for less than the full term. It was essentially using language in the alternative to describe sort of another way in which the duration of the term could be characterized. And the California Attorney General opined on this and relying on that case in particular, opined, and I'll just note again for the benefit of the board and any of the public, attorneys general opinions are not binding case law, but they are, however, afforded substantial deference by the courts. The relevant attorney general opinion is 57 Ops Cal Attorney 149. And in relying on that case, the Attorney General opined that the board does not have the ability to make an appointment for less than the full remainder of the existing term. In particular, the relevant language at page 150 reads, the Board of Supervisors only has power to appoint a successor for the total portion of the original term remaining unexpired. The successor appointed to fill the vacancy does not have to run for office until the next general election at which the office would normally be filled, and the board may not appoint an individual for a shorter term to be filled at the next general election occurring in the county. So relying on those authorities, I have advised the board that essentially the only choice that it had was either to leave the vacancy or to make an appointment for the duration of the term to which then Sheriff Allman had been elected prior to his retirement. And that's simply a situation in which the state has made set out sort of a handful of options for the board, and really those are the only ones that are available. There's absent a change to state law, I don't see any way around that. Does the board have any questions on that?
Okay, hearing no questions, I think we're good. All right, thank you, County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, moving on to item 6B, which is discussion and possible action, including an update from the Board of Supervisors Employee Relations Ad Hoc Committee. Sponsors are the Employee Relations Ad Hoc, which is Supervisors Brown and Jurdy, and the Executive Office and Human Resources. So Supervisors Brown or Jurdy, would you like to introduce this?
Supervisor Jurdy, do you want me to go forward?
Please do, Supervisor Brown.
Okay, thank you very much. As you remember, an ad hoc was appointed consisting of Supervisor Jurdy and myself to work on staffing issues related to COVID-19 with the county chief executive officer and other key staff. The ad hoc committee and staff from the executive office, human resources, we met, and others, we met 3 times with the goal of reviewing all the measures currently implemented, because we've been hearing about them and knowing of them. And we also wanted to look at plans under construction that we could bring forward, and existing, support to employees. We also considered other options related to employee relations during these unprecedented times. At the end, or at the ad hoc meetings, we held several. The group discussed the accomplishments and also the measures in progress. So we have brought these to you today so that they can be reviewed. If you have questions, we hope to answer them, but we still have some in progress, so the ad hoc will continue. Supervisor Jurdy.
Just a note for members of the public that and county employees that the various items that are actions the county has already taken are in the agenda item, the attachment, and as Supervisor Brown said, there's a number of issues that the county staff and the ad hoc are still looking into to help with staffing levels, and those are also in the memo that's attached.
All right, and I'd like to turn to William Schertz, Director of Human Resources. Would you like to add anything to this?
Good morning, Chair Hashjack and members of the board. William Schertz, HR Director. Yes, we've been working on a number of these issues over the last few weeks. We've actually put in place some of these accomplishments affecting the employees. Excuse me. We have a number of issues that we're currently in progress of working on. Most of these issues that we're working on have no or little cost to them. But we certainly are HR is continuing to work on all of the issues that we have.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to thank you and the Executive Office and Supervisors Jurdy and Brown for working on this. And especially, I'd like to thank the workers, the employees of Mendocino County who have been working through these crises that we've had with COVID-19 and now the fires. And it seems like one crisis after another, and people having to do, online education at home with their children. And so there's lots of issues going on, and people have really stepped up and done what's needed to be done to keep the county functioning properly. So I'd like to thank, on behalf of the board, thank all the county employees for your work. Are there any other comments from the board on this? Okay. Do we need a motion to accept this report? We're just going to receive the update, okay, and recognize those measures. So.
And Chair Hashtag, there is no public comment on this item.
Okay, very good. So with that, we will accept it and move on. Okay. And with, so it's 10:41. The next issue is item 5C, which will take probably quite a bit of time. So we will take a break until 10:56. Okay. So welcome back. We'll move on to agenda item 5C, which is discussion and possible action, including adoption of ordinance, adding chapter 10A.18, industrial hemp cultivation pilot program to the Mendocino County Code. Sponsors are the Department of Agriculture, and County Council. So is Ag Commissioner Donnelly, would you like to lead this off?
Well, this would be the second reading of the ordinance. It was the first reading was at the last board meeting. This is an ordinance that has to do with the approval of hemp as a federally approved agricultural commodity to be planted and grown in Mendocino County.
Okay, Matt Kudrowski, Deputy County Counsel, would you like to add anything to that?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, not much to add. This is second reading. First reading was 2 weeks ago with a 3-2 vote.
Okay, are there any comments from the board?
I have a couple comments.
Go ahead, Supervisor Williams.
Well, the ordinance recognizes the need for regular inspections, that we have competing crops. I don't want to see industrial hemp banned. I don't want to see prohibition of a farming practice that's allowed under state and federal law. But I don't know that we've fully fleshed out the implementation details. Specifically, we need regular inspections, I would think weekly. We don't know how much time it'll take to inspect these pilot program crops. And so it's very difficult to do a financial analysis and evaluate whether we have sufficient staffing. I guess I could find support, but I would like to see the plan further fleshed out before we continue.
Okay, any further comments from the board? I'd just like to say that we certainly have had a lot of communication about this. And I think that there certainly have been lots of issues raised, such as how the Ag Department is going to monitor this. There's certainly the concern about the pollination, the wind drift, pest, hermaphroditic tendencies, and what the testing standards are going to be. One idea that I saw that was of interest was because I don't see anyone in the 3rd District being interested in this, is it possible to opt out as a district of this ordinance? Since cannabis is heavily grown in the 3rd District, and there's certainly concerns. One of the things I was thinking about was that when we were looking at the equity grant, and one of the qualifications to be eligible was being within 5 miles of, being within 5 miles of a camp raid, a historical camp raid, and that would make you eligible. And kind of the talk amongst the ad hoc that was dealing with this, plus the people from the cannabis department, was that everyone in this county lives within 5 miles of a camp raid historically. And if we're seeing that pollen drift can go 10 miles, then we're seeing that wherever you put hemp in this county, there's a potential for affecting permitted grows and the cannabis industry. And so I guess a question would be, does the Ag Department, has it considered where all the permitted grows are in the county? And so what areas might be potential sites for this cannabis that wouldn't be in 5 or 10 mile distance from the permitted grows? And I guess that's for the Ag Commissioner.
This is Jim Donnelly, Mendocino County Ag Commissioner. I'm not sure 10 miles is an accurate measure. We have a map from computer services, the IS department, that shows all the registered or in the process of being registered cannabis fields that we know of. And 10 miles, as the bird flies, would not be a realistic figure if we were to plant hemp. For foundation seed for making female seed by the state certification agency through the University of Davis as a 3-mile distance for the highest quality of seed. I don't know if anywhere in the state other than Lassen or Imperial or Kern and Riverside maybe that you could plant it. There was a 10-mile distance. But the clone seed, if it were to hermaphrodize, has a reduced pollen risk. The pollen isn't as strong and is less likely to fertilize a female flower, but it doesn't give a distance for that. There are other things that could be done to reduce the pollen drift, such as vegetation barriers. Do you have any more questions on that?
Well, I guess the question is, such as the Covelo Valley, if there was one site there growing hemp, then it would have the potential to affect pretty much the entire valley and the foothills. Is that correct?
I think that there have been incidences where there was a feminized seed that wasn't certified properly, and it caused an issue in Oregon where there was a lot of plants that were pollinated. I'm not aware of clones that have caused that same issue. That's why the committee decided that they could only plant clones. There is a phytosanitary certification process of field inspection and also.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Brown, I think that Ag Commissioner Donnelly was still talking, but did you want to interrupt him?
Well, I just wanted to call a point of order. This is a second reading, and commonly second readings are put on the consent calendar. So I was a bit taken back when I saw it on the open agenda. I believe these are issues we discussed last time. And yes, I have read all the comments that has come in on this item. I know you were opposed. I believe Supervisor Williams as well, perhaps. Don't know what, I can't remember what the vote was.
Yeah, that was correct.
Okay. Well, I would like to move forward. You've been trying to do that all morning with us and our agenda items. So I'm going to move the recommended action.
Well, we need to go to public comment first, and then we'll come back to you.
Then let's go to public comment, please.
Okay. Okay, if no other comments from the board, we'll go to public comment. Is Corinne Powell on the line? Ms. Powell. Ms. Powell, you're muted.
Hello, sorry.
Good morning.
First. Good morning. I had submitted a letter yesterday. I did not see it in the queue, so I'm just going to read it to you. I hope it's a 3-minute letter, not sure. I'm writing to alert you to misinformation from the Ag Commissioner presented at your last meeting when you approved a pilot hemp cultivation program. At that meeting on October 6th, Ag Commissioner stated that the use of pesticides on all crops in California was basically the same. And I'm paraphrasing him here. He roughly said, cannabis can use pesticides. There wouldn't be a difference between cannabis and hemp or cannabis and grapes. I'm attaching information for your review, which totally contradicts the Ag Commissioner's indication to you that all crops are considered the same when it comes to pesticide use. Bear in mind that if a cannabis crop's state required testing shows prohibited pesticides, the crop must be destroyed. A total loss to the cultivator, no sales and no sales revenue to the county. I've attached the BCC testing requirements for your information. So hopefully you will have this at some point. I just didn't see it posted today. In researching the data, it appears that most recent comprehensive reporting on pesticides in California was collected in 2017. Included below, and this is an attachment, County of Mendocino use of chemical and pesticides by compound crop, acreage, treated, number of applications. Also attached is the California Department of Pesticide Regulations, quote, legal pest management practices for cannabis grown in California, unquote. This report will inform you of consideration of residual tolerance, and then read through Table 1 for what is allowed for cannabis. Notice that the overwhelming majority of available products to fight cannabis pests are essential oils, predatory organisms, extracts, and basic organic compounds. Please know that no hemp or grape grower will adhere to the restrictions applied to cannabis cultivation. The Ag Commissioner is wrong when he says the pesticides used for cannabis, hemp, and grapes are the same. Perhaps before the current Ag Commissioner's tenure, the County Ag Department offered classes in pesticide use on cannabis crops. Please ask the Ag Department to revisit that curriculum and offer better information to the board. Supervisor Brown is also wrong when she compares hemp and cannabis cultivation and the controversy of organic versus conventional agriculture. Cannabis cultivators are restricted beyond the imagination of conventional petrochemicals, cancer-causing toxic issues, contaminated water supplies, et cetera, closed paren, agriculture, or whether organic.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Powell. Ellen Drell.
Chair Hashtag, before we move forward, I just want to request, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and I just want to request once again that if you're not speaking, please mute your microphone.
Okay, it seems like we're getting a lot of feedback. Okay, is Ellen Drell on the line?
No, she is not. The next caller on the line is Monique Ramirez.
Okay, Ms. Ramirez. Good morning.
Hello, board. This is Monique Ramirez, representing the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. We've submitted several memos on this topic. We're deeply disheartened by the fact that this board is willing to just push something like this through without getting real answers to many of our concerns. And if this framework is going to be adopted, there needs to be strict regulations to protect our cannabis cultivators in our community. And I'm going to run through a list right now. Number one, there needs to be documented proof of female clone receipts to match the number of plants that are grown in field. There needs to be THC testing to be sampled randomly by the Ag Commissioner before harvest, and the fees charged to the operator for inspection time and testing costs. This is not something that the farm should be submitting. That is a conflict of interest, and the results could be skewed. Taxes need to be imposed on operators. There's no discussion of that. There needs to be multiple inspections with multiple inspectors for possible hermaphrodite tendencies when transitioning into the flowering stage, which would be in July and August. You need to require the same setbacks as cannabis. And the fees should be mirrored to be what it will cost for a medium license operator to do over an acre. And I broke down the costs in terms of the license fees for the state, the county, major use permit. All of that would equal $26,645 for a cannabis operator to be able to do a 1 acre grow. And that should be the same for a hemp operator. It should not be allowed in Round Valley. There must be 10 miles from a legal cannabis farm as a buffer. The permit should be revoked if any violations of the regs happen and a fine is assessed. There needs to be a tissue sample to be paid for by the farm mid-season to ensure that clones were in fact used. We need to adhere to tribal land setbacks of 600 feet to use for the use of water with tribal permission, just as we do with cannabis. If cross-pollination, pesticide drift impacts neighboring cannabis farms, the pilot program should be shut down because that demonstrates that it doesn't work. All building permit regulations for processing hemp apply in the same way that cannabis applies, just like an F1 structure with no ability to use it until it's permitted. No water trucks should be allowed to be used. There needs to be documented source of water and usage. And if hemp exceeds the THC allowance, the video of destruction must be submitted and permit revoked. Anytime there is an outbreak of pest or disease, cannabis operators should be notified, and no
30 seconds.
use of pesticides or herbicides not currently allowed by CDFA for cannabis should be allowed for hemp, because we need to be protecting our soil, our biodiversity, our microclimates in all of this county, and that should be an important value that every single board member holds before voting something like this in. This is wrong, and we are not okay with it, and our Covelo group will take every measure possible to ensure that we do not allow this to be active in Round Valley if you decide to go forward. And just hope for the rest of the community, we will have 2 new board members this year if this does go through, that we can hopefully turn it around. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ramirez. Is Sarah Bodner on the line?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Sarah Bodner on behalf of Henry's Original. Dear Hashtag and members of the board, we really appreciate your well-intentioned effort to explore the emerging industrial hemp industry. And when this topic came before you last year, I was here speaking in favor of entertaining a hemp pilot program. And we wanted to support the end of prohibition plant and keep the door open for all kinds of cultivation options. Since then, we have explored industrial hemp farming, and our research has led us to change our position. We join other industry voices in strongly opposing the launch of this pilot program. We believe this would be a giant step backward to make Mendocino a guinea pig for a dangerous experiment, while we are still in the very early stages of developing a viable local cannabis industry in Mendocino. So I want to share from a farming perspective why we see this as a huge gamble. And I echo much of what Mo just shared and agree with it. And I know you're going to hear a lot of the same things. What this boils down to is that there's still too much we don't know. The industrial hemp and cannabis industries have not coexisted for a long enough period of time to provide definitive research on important factors such as pollen and pesticide drift. Mechanisms are not in place and have not been tested in other counties or states that have successfully curbed cross-contamination. What we do know is that potential risks of crop damage are just too high to gamble. Another thing we discovered is that hemp has to be produced at a massive scale to be profitable. The need for thousands of acres means that there is a disproportionate endangerment of THC cannabis farming. The pilot program that you seek to launch will not be representative of the actual risk presented to opening up the path for industrial hemp, because it won't represent the realities of the scale of how it will be farmed. Scale is the reason why hemp could potentially devastate the THC cannabis industry. To be successful in hemp, in addition to scale, you need seeds. The clones are really expensive, and while you are saying you will require clones in writing, this will be very hard to monitor and enforce unless you have specific mechanisms like what were just recommended by CCAG in place to monitor and enforce. And lastly, cannabis is not treated as any other agriculture product. We're held to different standards, and unfortunately, we can't protect against what other industries may do. You can't guarantee our crop safety, and we can't protect against it
30 seconds.
of federal regulation, which prevents us from getting crop protection or insurance until our flower is cut and dried, which means we're exposed to all the risk without any insurance. Is this a risk Mendo can afford to take? We don't think so. We ask you to consider your legacy farmers and put the pilot program on hold until this issue is more rigorously understood and enforcement and monitoring mechanisms can be in place.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Devin Jones. Ms. Jones, good morning.
Good morning, Board. Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. 2 weeks ago, the board approved moving forward with an industrial hemp cultivation ordinance and related cultivation pilot program in Mendocino County. This was an agenda action delayed from March, which in turn prevented the pilot program from being implemented and any industrial hemp cultivation from occurring in 2020. The conversation continues today. Industrial hemp is recognized both at the federal and state level as an agricultural commodity. However, recognizing that permitted cannabis is an industry in the county, several components of the approved ordinance were included based on working group feedback to mitigate concerns from the cannabis industry. These aspects included the pilot program is intended to last for 2 years, 2021 and 2022. No more than 5 hemp cultivation licenses will be issued at any given time. This is after an RFP process, a proposal review process, which includes proximity to permitted cannabis cultivation sites, and a proposal ranking process. To reduce the presence of male plants and the threat of pollen production, the ordinance only allows for the cultivation from female cloned plants, and the cultivation of hemp for seed or nursery production is prohibited. Cultivation compliance is required for federal, state, and local laws pertaining to industrial hemp, and there is a licensing and inspection process required from the county ag department. In speaking with hemp cultivators in California, there is no incentive for an industrial hemp producer to have male plants with the current CBD production focus. Male plants impact the overall quality of the crop. It also increases the workload on the producer in terms of the need for inspection, removal, etc. By only allowing for female clones, limiting permit numbers, and implementing an inspection schedule, the goal of the pilot program is to minimize pollination concerns for both industrial hemp and cannabis. Farm Bureau has been contacted over the past several years, more so by the cannabis cultivators with interest in working to legalize industrial hemp than by our traditional membership. The hemp pilot program could be an opportunity for those who may not have the ability to pursue cannabis cultivation licenses to work with the county and develop a longer-term industrial hemp program. There will be details that need to be worked out like any new program. However, there will not only be oversight by county departments, but the program will be under a microscope by the cannabis industry and other citizens as well. It will be essential in light of current law and market realities that the 5 hemp cultivator licensees and the county ensure the integrity of the pilot program. The pilot program should be given the opportunity to move forward and be reevaluated as necessary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jones. Is Ellen Drell on the line?
No, next on the line is Hannah Nelson.
Okay. Ms. Nelson.
Good morning, and thank you. This is Hannah Nelson on behalf of Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. We did submit 2 separate memos, one most recently, and I just would like to harken back to an agenda item earlier today where the director of the Health and Human Services Agency was talking about a different pilot program in a different context and pointed out the absolute need to have constant review built into the pilot program so that the lessons learned could be incorporated into the pilot program. The design of any pilot program must include that kind of review. Here, the type of lessons learned could be the difference between wiping out a tax-paying industry versus not. So I ask you to carefully consider weighing those factors out. It's rather astonishing that one of our supervisors sought to cut off the ag commissioner before he was even done. Why is the addition of more information and further discussion of flushing out particular items that are a specific threat to an existing permitted and tax-paying industry so feared What is the harm? We're not talking about a perpetual discussion. It's about being thorough. It's about addressing the specific concerns that have been raised. Even an industry advocate who was advocating for the use of hemp has now changed its position based on research. Specifically, there are the process was not complete. The stakeholders met twice, and then the issues were decided without further stakeholder input, even though there are many remaining issues outstanding. For example, the RFP process. There's allusion by the Farm Bureau that the RFP process will take care of a lot of these issues, and yet we have no standards, we have no specifics mentioned about what will be the criteria. There's extreme worry about the inspections and whether or not there will be sufficient inspections, sufficient staff, and what the cost of that will be, and how to put it back onto the pilot program applicant.
30 seconds.
Additionally, there's the issue of the minimum cultivation tax. If crop loss is sustained by cultivators who are paying minimum cultivation tax, and there's no exception for crop loss in that minimum tax, what is it that you would do? You would have the hemp cause the crop loss, and yet the cannabis cultivators still have to be responsible for the minimum. This is an irresponsible pilot program. It needs to be flushed out more specifically, and we ask that you simply allow the process to be a bit more detailed before you list.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nelson. Ellen Drill?
At this time, there are no more callers on the line.
Okay, thank you. Back to the board.
Mr. Chair.
Check.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask staff, what is the alternative if the board does not adopt this ordinance? So we currently have a moratorium to allow time to develop an ordinance. That's, of course, before us for adoption, final adoption. If we don't adopt this ordinance, what impact does that have on our ability to regulate industrial hemp? What would occur in the absence of this ordinance?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. So if this ordinance isn't adopted today, there is time before the expiration of the moratorium that expires, I believe, on February 4th of next year. If no regulations are adopted by the county, because this is an agricultural commodity under federal and state law, it would fit within our ordinances as a row and field crop. And there would be no really need for further regulation. Cannabis has been treated very much separately and differently by the state and federal government. Here we have hemp, which is a traditional ag crop that can be grown, and it would fit within those, and there wouldn't be any other regulations than what there would be for row and field crops.
Mr. Chair, if I may add to that just a little bit.
Go ahead. County Counsel.
Thank you. So I know that we had brought this up at a prior meeting, but I just want to remind the board, this is the last moratorium that the board is empowered to do. At the expiration of this one, I believe at the very beginning of February, the board will not be able to renew or extend it. So unless there's some sort of regulation in place, the scenario that Mr. Kudrowski described would come about. And I just want to remind the board that, well, it certainly doesn't have to pass this regulation, but it's only about 3 months that we have left on the current moratorium. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
I have one question for our Ag Commissioner and then a statement, and I'll be done. If I may ask the Ag Commissioner, can you assure us that this pilot program will not cause crop loss for existing licensed cannabis farms?
Ag Commissioner Donnelly.
Sorry, I was muting. Can you hear me? This is Tim Donnelly. Ag Commissioner.
Did you hear the question?
Well, I don't. I mean, I can't guarantee anything. I'm not. All I can tell you is what information is out there that I'm aware of.
So let me rephrase. I've been supportive of industrial hemp. It's federally legal. It's legal at a state level. I feel we should not restrict what farming practices farmers can conduct. But my disquietude is over potential crop loss. If we conduct this experiment without the right checks in place, and we find that we have significant crop loss, say 10 to 100 cannabis farms go to seed, I won't know what to do. Right? We can't. That's a failure we can't absorb. Our local economy can't absorb that hit. And so I guess I'm looking at the ag department to tell us that all of the checks are in place to give us complete confidence that this will not happen. If that's not the case, should we pause and partner with experts in the field who know how to grow these two crops of essentially the same plant side by side? I'm supportive of the concept, but I'm concerned about whether we have adequate precautions in place. What's your take? I mean, just off the record, do you have any concern about potential crop loss of an existing industry?
I haven't found any evidence that there would be a lot of crop loss from clones. Plus, the clones would be monitored, and the clones have a reduced viability if they were to hermaphrodize. It would be difficult to say where, if there was a contamination of cannabis groves, it would be difficult to say where it originated from. The reason we're doing a pilot program is so we can look at it and monitor it and see what happens if there was to be one pollen flower that was able to get out of control. But when you work with drift, you start close to the field and try to evaluate the damage close to the field, and then continue your investigation to see what the dispersal is over a larger distance. That would mostly be from downwind of the prevailing winds from the field. Nature has its way about itself. If I was to say, if we were to go and grow a couple thousand acres, it would be really difficult to monitor with staff. And that's why we wanted to do the smaller pilot program. The ability to inspect fields every week is going to be difficult for a small office of 4 biologists. I would think we'd have to hire someone else to help us. The inspections are usually done with a random number sequence. They're not done with inspecting the whole field. And that's the way crop protection works. It was the University of Davis's outlet for certifying seed in California. But like I said, they will not allow another hemp or cannabis field within 3 miles of Foundation seed, which is the best feminized seed. I can't give any guarantees of anything. Other counties tell me that they're not having issues. I think Lake County had some issues because they originally just let hemp go without restrictions, and our county is being very careful with the restrictions.
So the statement, so that we can wrap up, I don't want to, I think Supervisor Brown is right. The board has previously spoken, and I'm inclined to go along with the board majority, except I'm worried about stapling my name to a plan that may be incomplete and could cause significant crop loss. I don't want to look back and think, wow, we destroyed an economy during a downturn with COVID and fires and everything else that's happening, being the first ones to experiment. It may be with clones, the risk is small, and that these crops coexisting will be proven. I would rather see another county prove it and then copy their best practices than go first as an experiment.
Okay, I'm going to turn back to Supervisor Brown. Thank you for your patience.
Mr. Chair, I did have further questions of staff, if we could.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. So the ordinance provides that either the Ag Commissioner or the board could adopt regulations. Does that literally mean that the Ag Commissioner could change the ordinance, or would regulations adopted by the Ag Commissioner occur through the best management practices and or the RFP process? And I suppose that'd be a question for County Council.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, that would not mean changing the ordinance. That would mean changing best management practices or promulgating other regulations. That language was designed to allow some flexibility for the Ag Commissioner to do certain more specific agricultural regulations on its own, but also to allow the board to have input in that process and adopt them. The board could adopt them itself, but without going through an ordinance amendment process.
And a general question, then I'll have a statement. To the Ag Commissioner, have we had interest from entities that are interested in responding to the RFP? Do we have a sense of how much interest there might be out there? Do we think 5 permits for the pilot program is the appropriate number, or would there be an issue if we reduce that to 3? Who is in favor of moving forward with the pilot program, I guess I would ask, or how much interest is there in responding to it? Do we have an indication of that?
As I recall from last year when the growers started to respond, there were a lot of growers who were interested, but I believe it was 5 who raised their hands and said they would want to go forward. There was 1 who wanted to plant 20 acres, as I recall. But that would have been the maximum. And then the committee that was formed would review any applications and then choose the 5 that they felt was the safest for the cannabis community.
And the committee would include representatives of the current cannabis industry, cultivation?
I don't believe so. I think it would be myself and somebody from the CEO's office and maybe some staff. I can't remember who the other 3 people would be. Originally, we had somebody from the university, a couple of my staff members, and somebody from CEO's office.
On that point, I might suggest we reach out to the Sonoma County Ag Commissioner and see if they or a representative might participate. So my comments, reviewing the ordinance again and looking at the public comment, and also someone did send the Sonoma County ordinance. My perception is the Sonoma County ordinance is somewhat more comprehensive than ours. It included quite a few additional definitions. It included, it appeared, additional protections. I did review our best management practices. They didn't quite fill up 1 page. So I'm inclined to move forward and support this, as I did at the first reading, because the alternative of doing nothing is not feasible, which would allow anyone to start growing hemp pretty much with minimal oversight. So I do support a pilot program that gives us the opportunity to assess what the impacts are and to better control it and limit it. But the direction I would hope the board would give is that the Ag Commissioner and staff review the Sonoma County ordinance and other sources and determine where it would be appropriate to augment our current regulations and best management practices to better address the public concerns that have been raised. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
I'll move the recommended action.
Is there a
Second for discussion?
Okay, well, I have a question for Ag Commissioner Donnelly about this. If a municipal advisory council, such as in Laytonville or Covelo, decided that they didn't want it in their area, would that be taken into consideration when you're looking at the RFPs?
If that was the pleasure of the board, of course.
Yeah, I think the local input would be very valuable. So
I don't believe that was taken into consideration in the discussions that we had.
well, I'd like that to be considered, certainly. So.
Well, I can
Hey.
put that on there.
Is there any further discussion from the board?
Chair Hascheck?
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so as is, I'm going to vote no. I'm teetering. If we could have Supervisor McCowan apply his ordinance writing expertise and work with stakeholders over a couple weeks, I think I could get to a yes. But as it stands today, I'm too worried about crop loss.
Okay, any further comment from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. I would ask the maker of the motion if she is willing to include the direction that the Ag Commissioner work with staff to augment the regulations and the best management practices to further address stakeholder concerns.
I'll withdraw my motion and let you make the motion, Supervisor McCowan.
Well, so be it. So I would move approval of the recommended action with further direction to the Ag Commissioner to review the Sonoma County ordinance and other sources and work with staff to augment the regulations and best management practices to further address stakeholder concerns.
I'll second the motion.
So I have a question for County Council on this. If the action is to approve the second reading of this ordinance, then how can we change that? Is that possible?
Mr. Chair, if I may, if the board were to make changes to the text of the ordinance at this point, the ordinance would have to come back at a regular meeting at least 5 days after this particular meeting. I think I understand Supervisor McCowan's motion to not be asking for changes to the substance of the ordinance, but rather that there be, in addition to passing the ordinance, some direction to staff that staff would then, in the regulatory process contemplated in the ordinance, be engaging, be specifically looking at addressing the stakeholder concerns, which I will say my understanding, I think, was that was already sort of part of the reason for that provision in the ordinance to begin with. So I don't know that that creates an issue as long as there's no actual change to the text of the ordinance.
Okay. Okay.
And I will
Further
confirm
comment?
that is the intent of the motion. There's no changes to the ordinance presented. There's direction for the Ag Commissioner to simply do what the ordinance empowers him to do, which is to review and, if he believes appropriate, revise the regulations and the recommended best management practices, which is a separate attachment.
Okay. Deputy Clerk of the Board, could you conduct the roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Williams?
No.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
No.
And Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
The motion carries with Supervisors Williams and Haschak dissenting.
Okay, very good. We are going to go to lunch now. We will take a break because we have a lot of closed session items. We have items 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, and 9E. So since we have a full working lunch, we will break now and we will come back at 12 o'clock in closed session. We will be back in regular session at 1:30.
Mr. Chair, will we be in closed session immediately, or do we have some time prior to reconvening?
I said we would be starting closed session at 12 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. See you at 1. And we had a closed session that was went longer than we expected. So on items 9A, 9B, and 9E, direction was given to staff. And on items 9C and 9D, Supervisor Jurdy did not attend the closed session with us, and direction was given to staff. Okay, so in order to make the agenda items flow at this point, we're going to go to item 5H, which is the discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution authorizing the purchase of real property located at 555 South Orchard Avenue, Ukiah, California, APN 002-340-3900 in the amount of $10,640,000, approving the agreement of purchase and sale for the property and authorizing the purchasing agent or designee to sign and execute any and all agreements, amendments, and other documents related to the purchase of the property. And the sponsor is the executive office. So I'm going to look for CEO Angelo.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Haschak. I'd like to open this item up, and then I will go to Janelle Rawl, and Darcy Antil has been working with us and responsible for dealing with the funding, and Janelle, of course, as our functioning in my place as the purchasing agent. And then we also have Megan Van Zant, who is our program manager and primarily responsible for the planning for the homeless services programs at the South Orchard facility or site. So I would like to start by saying that as the CEO, I do function as the purchasing agent. And so we were made aware through Deputy CEO Antil of the funding that was coming down from the state for Project Homekey, and of course all the CARES Act funding. And so we moved with the direction of this board to purchase the property on South Orchard. I would also like to say in my 13 years in Mendocino County, I've never seen a time where there has been so much federal and state funding available to counties for programs. We know that Governor Newsom has made it a point to deal with the homeless problem in the state. And as we heard from Senator McGuire earlier today, there has been just tremendous funding that we have been eligible for and rural counties have been eligible for, particularly in the homeless arena. And so we acted quickly because we needed to in working through a process with the state, and they were with us lockstep and have been meeting with us and also with the seller regarding the property. I'd like to say that Mendocino County has an opportunity to provide services going forward, you know, for the next 10 and 20 years in this community. And we know that the people voted in Measure B, and we have the ability to develop a crisis residential treatment center and also to possibly do a psychiatric facility, and then of course the training center, and that's all with Measure B. We also are aware that we have purchased a skilled nursing facility on Whitmore Lane, and that was with CARES Act funding. And we are looking at that facility being alcohol and drug services, primarily for women and children. We have a vision here in Mendocino County of developing an alcohol and drug services treatment center where women can go into treatment and they can have their children with them. And there are services in other counties. We don't have the ability to offer that here. And we know that women who have alcohol and drug involvement and also mental health involvement need services, and this would just be phenomenal if we can do this here at Whitmore Lane, and we are starting that planning process at this time. And then, of course, Best Western for permanent housing and homeless services. And so the Best Western hotel site that we're looking at You know, I have to say this, that there has been a lot of concern about a lack of public process. And so you really have to balance public service between taking the time for a public process, which we would love to do and would have liked to have done over the last 6 weeks, versus actually being a public servant and trying to provide a service to those who need it most. And we know that that's our homeless services at Best Western. So at this point in time, I would like to turn this over to Janelle Rawl to actually talk about the item and the actual purchase. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. The item you have before you, as described again, is the purchase of 555 South Orchard Avenue, Ukiah. Staff has been present with the board in presenting this in closed session since approximately July and have kept you apprised of the progress. This is the final step in the transaction that is described again more thoroughly as a 56-room hotel, approximately 29,000 square feet, and is situated on a 52,000 square foot lot within the city of Ukiah. The staff report does include other details associated with the transaction. What we're asking the board today to do is to consider approving the purchase agreement and delegating the authority to the purchasing agent to finalize the transaction. And we're here and available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
So Chair Haschak, at this time, we could either have Deputy CEO Darcy Antle talk about the funding, we could have Megan Van Zant talk about the plans for Best Western, or we could just turn this back over to the board. Thank you.
Well, I think it would be great to have both the overviews. So if Deputy CEO Antle, if you could give us the finances for this.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Chair Haschak's member of the board. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this item. It is addition. We have been working on Project Roomkey. So this is taking Roomkey to Homekey. It's a very much strong supported by the governor's office. And obviously you heard that this morning from Senator McGuire. Our Roomkey project was very successful, mainly due to the work of Megan Van Sant and her team in the operations and the day-to-day contact and follow-up that she had with the folks that were in that those housing. The Homekey notice came to us on July 16th. We promptly pulled together our team, discussed with this board about moving forward with this. We had to submit our application by August 13th. And that allowed us at that time to be considered in a regional funding stream, not compared to the entire state. This is $600 billion out there, and we are one small county applying against San Jose, Los Angeles, the larger counties. So we got in quickly and worked diligently with our team because there's very strict timelines that we have to meet on this. We became aware of our award on September 16th. So it's very critical that these facilities are located next to grocery stores, schools, DMVs, daycare, library, pharmacy, and medical care, and also must meet the ADA requirements. We need to proceed with this and close escrow by early November. And we are happy to be working with the owner of this facility, fully agrees with the access and the location of this facility. The $600 million will be used throughout the state, whether here or in another county. And I think we are very fortunate to have been awarded $9.6 million. The largest portion of that, about $8.3 million, goes directly to the purchase. We will be meeting the other purchase requirements with whole person care funding and care dollars. We will then have an additional $1.3 million of the award to be able to apply to operations for the first 2 years. And this is all through Homekey. There's additional private funding coming And we have been invited by the Homekey folks to apply for. And this is an additional $45 million that we would be applying for, not that full amount for us, but other counties as well, in order to fill any gaps, any funding gaps with assistant necessary operational or supportive services. As well, this morning you heard from Supervisor McGuire, or Senator McGuire, that there is full support to continue these programs. And I do know that Governor Newsom is putting forward an additional $2 million for operational and ongoing support of this project. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Did you mean 2 million on that last that Governor Newsom is putting forth?
An additional 200 million.
200 million. Okay, very good.
100 million. Not, again, that's going to be spread out to the Homekey folks, but it is in support of this program.
Okay. And Megan Van Sant.
Thank you, Chair Haschak. My name is Megan Van Sant. I'm a senior program manager with the Health and Human Services Advocacy and Collaboration Team. And if I may ask the Chair, I'm not sure, would you like me to speak generally about the project or respond directly to questions from the board? Let me know how you'd like to handle this. I have some prepared remarks, but they're not specific to the project details, and I'm happy to answer whatever questions you have first.
Yeah, if you could give us a vision for it, that would be great.
Okay. So the vision for this project, as CEO Angelo stated and Janelle Rao, it's a 56-unit building that will be converted into self-contained studios. Eventually, we'd like to have as many of them with kitchenette units as possible in order to be permanent supportive housing units or just permanent units at all. The intended configuration of the project is a mix of populations, of cohorts of homeless individuals or at risk of homeless. It's a slightly different category, but including veterans, seniors, small families eligible for CalWORK's housing support, small families involved with child welfare services, people with complex medical conditions, persons at high risks of COVID-19 with permanent supportive housing vouchers, and some rooms for people experiencing severe mental illness. So we'll have a number of different demographics living within that same building. I want to emphasize that the project design was intended to include people who arrive at this facility with a case manager and a subsidized housing program already attached to their case, if it were. So that is the model that was designed specifically to be financially sustainable, and also because we know that these populations are the most vulnerable, the most at risk, and the most likely to be successful in a housing project of this kind. I think some of the public criticism that I've heard is that there is not enough detail yet on the plans for this project. And that is not inaccurate. This was a very quick process, as Darcy Angelo explained. And what I'm really excited about is we're going to be able to develop a lot of the details of this project with the input from the community. So I'm going to be looking to the experts within our own community, outside of our community. I was encouraged by Senator McGuire this morning, commenting on all the resources that the state will be able to offer to design a project that's going to be really remarkable and I think very exciting. I can't imagine. If you told me 6 months ago that we would be in this situation, I would not have believed you. But to have the opportunity to purchase a building like this and the funding and freedom to design something that's really going to work is just very exciting. As Darcy said, my team and I worked, and really incredible community partners worked really hard on Project Homekey. We housed over 227 adults and 30 children during that time. And as someone who had to personally sit across from the table and tell some of these families that their motel room was going to come to an end through their tears, I can tell you that was really, really hard. And we had to return probably 100 people back to the streets after that project ended. So these are real people in our community with real stories who really need a place to live. And this project, in my opinion, I know this is not consistent with what some of the community concerns are, is located in an environment that could not be more perfect for the people who will be going into this building. When you house somebody in a housing, they don't need a homeless service shelter anymore because they have a bed to sleep in. They don't need a cot. They don't need a shower in a public shower anymore because they have one in their own room. What they do need is proximity to the DMV so they can get their license and get their car registered. They need proximity to the VA clinic so they can go see their doctor and their social worker. They need proximity to the post office. So maybe for the first time in years, they can have a post office box and actually get their mail. These are the kinds of things that this community of people need and will benefit from in this location. While I have the floor, I'm just going to continue for a moment, if that's okay, Chair Haschak, with a little bit of a story that would be helpful to this body, I think, in understanding this project. So my perspective is not a community member perspective. My perspective is from the ground level, working with these families, implementing this project. And I want to be really clear, that's where I'm looking from. And this is what I've learned in the short while that I've been involved with homeless services. When you don't know where you're going to sleep at night, you can't think in a logical way. And when basic needs are not met, your brain does not allow clear thinking, and it's almost impossible to take the steps necessary to rebuild a life. This is proven brain science. And for those of us with safe homes to go to each night, I want you to think about how it would feel to literally not know where you're going to sleep at night. Imagine that sense of panic and tension, and imagine that feeling night after night after night. Imagine that feeling when you have children to care for. Imagine that feeling when you're 75 years old and your physical body is tired and in pain. Over the next decade or so, this project will give hundreds of people in our community the opportunity to permanently recover from homelessness. It will be an opportunity for individuals and families to live in a safe environment while they recollect the pieces of their lives. They will have the stability they need to get a job, to stay sober after years of addiction, to escape from an abusive partner, to care for their own physical and emotional health, to join a church, to reconnect with their family and friends, to provide a place for their kids to sleep in peace, and to contribute productively to the community they were raised in. I want to close, but I'll be available for questions, of course, but I want to close with a story that was not included in the written materials for this agenda item. It's a hard story to hear, and it's a hard story to tell, and I've changed this man's first name to protect his identity. But here in this community, a man named Robert was sent to Vietnam at age 19. He was a helicopter gunner, and he experienced a level of combat trauma that is unimaginable to most of us. He spent 3 years in Vietnam, and then when he returned, he spent several months to a year at Walter Reed Medical Hospital. He returned from serving our country with severe combat-induced PTSD. He's not violent. He does not have a criminal history. He does not do drugs or alcohol, but he has been living under a bridge here in Ukiah for over a decade. He is 74 years old. He is a 100% disabled combat veteran, and his veterans benefit income is too high for him to qualify for many veterans housing programs, yet he is unable to live independently without support. Would he stay successfully housed in a studio unit in Project Homekey? I'm not sure. He might wander off again to return to his bridge. But my coworkers and I would like the opportunity to give Robert a try. When I was 19 years old, I was not fighting for my country in the jungles of Vietnam. But today, I'm a mid-level government worker who knows Robert's story, and I know that my fellow public servants and I have the opportunity to do something for Robert. We have an opportunity to say yes, and Robert deserves a chance. He deserves the support of his community. He deserves the support of his local government. Robert deserves to live out the rest of his nights indoors and to eventually die in a bed and not under a bridge. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have about this project. As you can tell, I feel passionately about it, and I'm really looking forward to working collaboratively with the community on it.
Okay, thank you very much for that, the story and everything, and the vision. Okay, are there any comments from the board or questions? Not hearing anything from the board. Okay, we'll go to public comment.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, yes, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. I have some comments, and especially after hearing Senator McGuire say these words I was going to say when discussing this myself. But he said, and I strongly endorse it, with this extra funding, we're going to need strong on-site management, including education for those to be housed, to be respectful both on and off-site. It's behavior training. to help people get back into hopefully a normal world for them. So I'm hoping that our staff, Megan, that sent, are hearing these words and will always keep this in mind as we move forward.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. So I did hear the explanation of the plans for Whitmore Lane, and I think that's a great use for that. It's something we know we have a real need for, a huge unmet need. And I think it's very forward-thinking to provide a facility where mothers can be with their children as they go through recovery. And I don't think that needs explanation of why that's a smart approach. But aside from that, because people have cited Whitmore Lane as an appropriate alternate location for this project, and from previous comments from Deputy CEO Antle, it would not qualify based on the proximity criteria. It's too remote from too many services. In fact, there are very few services in proximity. So it would not qualify on that count. And it may have been Deputy CEO Rao who had comments on the layout of the facility would not be conducive to the uses that we're contemplating here for this project. So proximity, I'm pretty confident I have that correct, but either Deputy CEO Rao or someone else, could you speak to the physical layout of Whitmore Lane? Would it be appropriate for and be able to accommodate people in the same way that we expect the facility on Orchard to do?
Mr. Chair, Deputy CEO Janelle Rao, as Supervisor McCowan mentioned, we have talked about this in the use of Whitmore Lane. Whitmore Lane was formerly a skilled nursing facility. It's a very clinical environment. It is not a housing environment. Currently, we're using it obviously as housing our isolation and quarantine for COVID patients, which is a direct use for the layout and proximity of the rooms. There's shared showers. There's not the individual living quarters that would be available in the proposed layout and operational use for the Best Western. We will be coming forward to the board with some information on the condition of Whitmore as discussed and described by CEO Angelo, and any future renovations that need to be performed in that facility in order to make it a long-term viable facility. But its current layout is not conducive to this type of proposed service and operations.
Thank you. And can someone speak to the plan for management of this facility? How do we expect that will be accomplished?
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. I'll start, and then I'm sure Megan has some discussions. We will be putting out an RFP for the facility type management, the on-site management of the facility, and then I will look to Megan to address the operational part of the facility, working with the individuals.
So the vision right now, as Darcy explained, is there's two pieces to it, is how I'm seeing it. The facility management is the building itself, the property management of the building, fixing the toilets or whatever happens with building maintenance and building management. The second piece would be what we're calling the tenant support system or the tenant support staff. The vision right now is that there would be on-site support staff from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. and a security guard at night. There often would be two people there, the way we have it kind of mapped out. So that person would be the, again, supporting tenants in getting, in being housed, resolving tenant issues, teaching life skills, making sure they're on track to staying housed, and whatever kind of support they need on that site in order to successfully be housed in that environment. So that too is imagined to be a service provider who would provide that support, not necessarily county staff.
Thank you. At a previous meeting, it was stated that Senator McGuire would hold a town hall regarding this project. Is that still in the plans, or have we kind of moved past that with his participation this morning?
Chair,
or is that still in the works?
Chair Haschak, through the chair, Supervisor McCowan, Senator McGuire and I talked this morning. The holdup on the town hall has been, he has some experts from the state that he wants to join us, but we are looking at the first or second week in November, and he's got it down to 2 dates right now, and as soon as he knows if his speakers are available, he will let me know and I will let this board know, and then we will go ahead and put something out to the public. So yes, still looking at a town hall with Senator McGuire, and we're looking at that the first or second week in November.
Thank you. And then I believe we also had a previous discussion, and I think we actually had direction that following Senator McGuire's town hall, there would be another agenda item before the Board of Supervisors where the board would have an opportunity to attach specific conditions to this project. Is that still in the works, or do we have a tentative date for when that meeting might occur?
Chair Haschak, Supervisor McCowan, we do not have a date set. I think that, as I recall, there was a discussion. I believe that we had some concerns about the time frame from the state, and also what type of requirements we could put on this. So I would like to go to Megan and Darcy if they have additional information on this. Thank you.
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. We can certainly do that if this board and the CEO would like to do that. Again, I don't know the timing of that. And there's certain things we can and we can't do with this because it is, state funds. So we would just have to, make sure we stayed within the guidelines of the program to meet the goals of receiving the funding. I would turn over to Megan if she has anything additional.
Megan Van Sant, Senior Program Manager with HHSA. Through the chair, I don't have any objections to a conversation about what kind of conditions can be attached to the project. In thinking about timing, I'm just not sure exactly when we would be ready to have that discussion. I don't think it would be the beginning of November, I guess is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we would need more time. So I'm not completely clear what Supervisor McCowan has in mind. So maybe he could explain that a little bit more.
Certainly. And I think we're all in agreement that because of the timing, not enough details have really been made available to the public. The public didn't really have a great opportunity to weigh in before this whole process was set in motion. And they were in a position, for the most part, finding out about it after the train had pretty well left the station. We also have a previous action of the board. I believe we may have adopted a resolution saying that for social services types of facilities, we would comply with the discretionary review process of local jurisdictions, cities, in citing facilities in their jurisdictions. Because of timing, we obviously can't do that here, but my intention in bringing this up before and renewing the direction now is that this would give the public an opportunity to be heard for the board to impose reasonable conditions intended to address some of the concerns of the public or the city. And I'll note for the record, we have a letter from the city supporting this project. that doesn't mean they may not have concerns about it and how those concerns should be addressed. So you mentioned security, having security on site, fencing could be an issue. There's a variety of issues that potentially could be, or conditions that could be attached to the project that would be in compliance with all of the state mandates and yet could help address concerns from the public. I think we've been able to have something of a learning experience from a couple of other facilities in the community that we're probably going to hear some negative comments about from the public. Some of those comments are well taken, and I think being mindful of the experience of what didn't work well, hopefully we can design into this project reasonable safeguards that will ensure that this is the project that we intend it to be. So hope that answers your question, and I hope we're able to have that meeting. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments from the board? And I'd just like to say, you know, obviously the public comment aspect of this project hasn't been ideal by any stretch of the imagination, but it's also because of the timelines and it's because of the COVID. And, you know, I think that the board has tried to limit until recently controversial items because of the lack of public input in this virtual reality that we're living in. And also the time frames that the governor has given us in approving this project. So with those, I feel badly that we haven't had the public input that we should. But I think that, like Supervisor McGuire said this morning, we'll have a public meeting, you know, in early November, and like CEO Angelo just noted, and hopefully we can start working out some of those issues that are of public concern. So anyway, if there are any other public comments, comments from the board.
I have one question.
Williams?
Yeah, for staff. If we don't approve this project, what is the alternative plan for getting this 74-year-old gentleman off the street, not sleeping under the bridge? Is there an alternative?
No.
No. So the option before us is either approve this and live with some of the, you know, the risk and unanticipated consequences, or leave people on the street sleeping under bridges.
That's my assessment.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other comments from the board? If not, we'll go to public comment. And let's see, we have some voicemail comments, but is Martha Barra on the line? Good afternoon. Ms. Barra. Hello. Hello, Ms. Barra. Okay. Deputy Clerk of the Board.
It appears that Ms. Barra does not have audio set up on her computer, so she can call in via phone and speak to us that way.
Okay. Could that information be relayed to her?
She should have been able to hear what I just said, but we will work to contact her as well.
Okay, thank you. Is Kenneth Wallace on the line? Kenneth Wallace?
No, Chair Hashak. We have no other callers on the line.
Okay, do you have the voicemail comments? Are you going to play those, or?
Yes, I will play those.
My name is Sharon Marshall, and I'm calling to inform the board of my serious concerns about the plan to convert a motel on Orchard Avenue to homeless housing. It is my understanding that this hasn't even been discussed with other leaders of the city, including the police, and the overall safety of the neighborhood, as well as the investment of homeowners such as myself at 232 South Orchard Avenue is at risk, and I strongly object to moving ahead with this plan. I would be happy to discuss the matter with anyone listening to this message. I can be reached at 463-1142. Thank you. Once again, my name is Sharon Marshall.
All right. Is there another voicemail?
There are 3 more.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rakesh Patel, and I'm calling regarding the agenda item for Best Western purchase. I totally support this purchase by Mendocino County. It's the best thing we can do for keeping the people off the street and help human being to other human being. As well as it's a very nice location. It's in a corner away from the main street, and also it's a nice location and good thing that we are helping other people. My name is Rakesh Patel, and I completely support this initiative. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Robert Faber, F as in Frank, A, B as in boy, E, R. I'm calling to give my support to Project Homekey. I think it's a great idea for the community. I think it'll help a lot of people out. And I believe it's 555 Orchard Avenue that they're working on. And I give that 100% of my support. And I hope that it comes through. And once again, I think it'll be a great, great idea, a great thing for our community, for our people with families. We have a great resource center there for the homeless and the people who are trying to find places to live. So I appreciate the opportunity and have a great day. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Norma Portillo. I am a Ukiah resident for the last 24 years. I just wanted to call in about the Project Homekey. I believe that the county buying the Best Western would be a good option for our county and to get people out of the streets. I believe we do have a homeless problem, and I think that would be a great opportunity for them to get what they need. Thank you.
All right, is that it for the voicemails?
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Yes, it is, and we do have Martha Barra back on the line.
Very good. Ms. Barra? You're muted now.
So, Ms. Barra, just hit *6, and you should be able to speak.
There we go. Okay, little problems happens quite often here. So I want to give credit to Chairman Hashek. This is Martha Barra, and I'm speaking to you and the board today. I want to give Megan Van Sant a lot of credit for really working hard on this project. I want to give Carmel Angelo a lot of credit for coming up with a solution to use the facility down at Whitmore Lane. And what I'm speaking to you about today is coming not from Megan's point of view, but from my point of view as a community member in looking at our local city of Ukiah business community. I know there's a carrot sitting out there with a lot of money. However, this is the wrong place to put this facility. I, for one, have always been an advocate for a facility of this kind. It is criminal to put our people in beds at night and put them back out on the street during the day. So that's not where I'm coming from. But you're placing this operation right in the middle of the highest priced commercial real estate in the city of Ukiah. And I know that only one of the board resides in the city of Ukiah, so you do not have the same feeling for our small community as Mr. McCowan and I do. But I ask you to step back and think about putting this kind of facility in the midst of Fort Bragg or Willits or Point Arena areas. And our county depends on tourism. You're taking one of the best motels in Ukiah that's fully impacting the potential of tourism in our area. I'm not going to take much time on all of the objections. You've read my letters. I spent 1 hour today talking to RHCDC and whatever else the initials are about the facility called Orchard Street or Orchard Creek Commons. This is an 80-unit facility, much like the one Banco is building in Fort Bragg, with the same mix of cohorts, meaning special needs, veterans, all of the people listed in Megan's overview would be served by this facility. It is close to everything that this project that you're looking at offers. However, this will be finished.
30 seconds.
There will be 40 units available in April. There is already a facility there, facility managers. It's funded. Let's look at that. We don't need another facility of this type. Thank you.
I have a question for the speaker, Chair.
Yeah, Martha Barra, are you still on the line?
She hung up.
Okay. Okay, so back to the board.
If she calls back, I have a question for her.
Okay. All right, so that was it for the public comment. Okay, so it's back to the board. Does anyone want to make a motion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. A comment first. So one of the concerns raised has been children would be in this facility as well as adults, and they cite the Marbit report, which in examining our shelters said it's absolutely a bad idea to locate children in the same congregate facility as single men. This is not that situation. Any children here will be in separate apartments. In that regard, it's really not different from living in an apartment building. So it's not the same situation. And that, in fact, underscores a lot of the concern about this project. People, when they first heard about it, because they didn't have information, thought of it as a homeless shelter. And I think we've heard a lot of information from staff, and thank you all for the effort that you put into bringing this item forward and to developing it. This is not a shelter. One of the Marbit report recommendations that we do not have control over locally, and I think possibly the only one that we can't control locally, is development of more housing. And this was known when Marbit issued his report, which did call for more housing of all types. So we need more transitional housing, more permanent housing, more supportive housing, and yes, we need workforce housing and every level. But without outside funding, it's not possible for Mendocino County to develop any significant housing. So this is a great opportunity. Again, I think the concern we all have to make sure that we have appropriate management and the facility works the way it's designed. And I do want to come back to that issue a bit after the vote here. But with that preamble, I would move approval of the recommended action.
Second.
Are there any further comments from the board?
Yeah, I'd like to acknowledge some of the critical feedback we've received. I think is spot on. There are legitimate concerns. I don't want to brush those off. It's just given the choice, the richest nation on earth has people sleeping below bridges. On a local level, we have imperfect options to work with. And if the two options I have in front of me are put people in beds out of the rain or leave them under bridges, there's only one obvious choice, that these people deserve dignity. We want to turn lives around. We're not turning lives around by having people sleep in the outdoors. And status quo is not working.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge that, I always listen to with extra attention to the supervisor or supervisors who are representing the community that is most affected by a particular land use issue. And in this case, it would be predominantly in Supervisor McCowan's district. So I'm listening to him. And then the other issue is I'm also, as everybody else in this board, I'm very attuned to the comments that people have made about their desire to see that this facility is run and is well managed, and that there's accountability for the people who live there, and in their relationship with the neighboring property owners and neighborhood. So I see this as one step today that the board's being asked to take, but it's not something, it's one and done. I mean, I think we have an obligation after voting on this to follow up and ensure that this property is well managed, so that if people do see successes in our community, they do see people move up the property ladder into better, more stable housing, and hopefully hundreds of people, as Megan said, over the course of decades could cycle through a facility like this and into other housing, that people will be more supportive of other projects like this in the future. But the obligation is really on us at the county to make sure that this is successful. And I was encouraged to hear Senator McGuire offer TED Talks from the state, because I think that will be very welcome in Mendocino County.
Okay. Any other comments? Supervisor McCowan, you want to make your comments before we vote?
Mr. Chair, I do believe we gave direction. I think it may have been September 22nd, that there would be a board meeting where the board would have the opportunity to attach conditions that I think will address many of the concerns people have. So I'd like to see us as a board reaffirm that direction. And then I will remind you also, I had asked that item 8A be held over. So that should go very quickly, but we could take that up too after the vote.
Right. Okay. Is there direction on the part of the board to have a meeting to address concerns?
I would support that.
Yeah. Okay. Supervisor Brown?
Yes, sir. What's the question?
Do you support giving direction to have a meeting where we can address some of the concerns of the community after the purchase of this?
Yes, I think that will be very appropriate. I know that I received phone calls, lots of emails, correspondence on this, and I think people do want to be heard.
Okay. And Supervisor Williams, you're good with that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, great. And so we'll go to a vote now. Okay. Deputy Clerk, could you do a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and we also had item 8A, which is approval of retroactive agreement with Brokaw Design in the amount of $52,700 for Project Homekey Transitional Housing Renovation Design Services, term starting October 7th, 2020 to March 31st, 2021. Okay, and the sponsor of this was, CEO. Angelo? would you like to speak to this?
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. This is coming from the disaster recovery team. And we are looking to engage with Brokaw Design to do a few revisions to the hotel. Some of those would be enlarging a common toilet area space, enlarging the reception area space, and making them more ADA accessible to move this project forward.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments from the board?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Nash Gonzalez in Recovery, and I can answer any questions as they pertain to this item as well. I think Deputy CEO Antle introduced the item, but again, this is to have Brokaw Design come in and look at the facility, assess it, and basically provide all the necessary drawings to make the property accessible.
All right, thank you. Are there any further comments from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you for, delaying this item till now. I just thought it was appropriate that we purchase the facility before we approve design of some of the improvements that are needed. So certainly fully support it. Happy to make a motion if you're ready for one.
Well, let's see, we'll go to public comment, but I don't see any public comment on this. So we'll go back to the board. Okay, Supervisor.
I'll move approval of the recommended action.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? Okay. Clerk of the board, could you do a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right. So the next item we're going to go to is the public hearing, the appeal, which is item 5I. Okay. And do people need to take a break? Because this will be a rather long item, I think.
Chair Haschak? This is
Yes.
Deputy Clerk of the Board, Lindsay Doherty, and yes, please, that would be great.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute and we'll come back at 3:32. All right, so we're on break until 3:32. Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Okay, and we will first hear from the staff, and then we will hear a 20-minute presentation from the applicant, and then the applicant, 20 minutes. And then we'll have public input. Then the applicant or the appellant will have 5 minutes, and then the applicant will have 5 minutes. Staff will present final remarks. Board will have questions, and then the public hearing will be closed. So I'm going to, let's see, clerk has the correspondence
statement and the
telephone calls been received.
I don't know.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. I want to ask that anyone who is not speaking, please mute yourself and only unmute yourself when it's when you wish to speak. All correspondence has been attached to the item, and we do have a voicemail message and a few telecomment requests that we'll work through.
Okay, very good. All right, so staff from Planning and Building.
There we go.
Hello, Chair Hashik, Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director, and I thank you very much for turning it over to us. I'd like to hand it to Mark Kleiser to walk us through this matter. And of course, Julie and I and Mark are here to answer any questions that the board has. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, thank you, Director Schultz. Good afternoon, Chair Haschek and Supervisors. Mark Kleiser, Planning and Building Services and Planner for this project. The item before you today is appeal of Planning Commission approval for use permit U 2019-0011. The project proposes construction and operation of a 143-foot wireless communication facility within an 1,800 square foot compound located at 20201 Manzanita Drive, approximately 5 miles southeast of Willits. The project application was submitted to Planning and Building on July 3rd, 2019, and was deemed complete on August 29th. Staff conducted a site visit on October 8th, and the project was scheduled for hearing on February 20th of this year. Due to noticing error and health orders surrounding COVID, the project wasn't able to move to hearing. A tolling agreement was signed at that time, extending the project to June 17th, and the project was finally able to move to hearing on May 21st. At the May 21st hearing, due to an overwhelming number of public comments against the project, the Planning Commission voted to continue the project to a date certain and directed staff to prepare a resolution for denial. The project was then brought before Planning Commission on June 4th with a quorum of 4 commissioners. At that time, the commissioners had 2 options before them. One was to approve the project with the resolution for approval or to deny the project. Failure for all commissioners to vote unanimously on either option would constitute a no action, which would automatically deem the project approved due to expiration of the tolling agreement. A motion was made to approve the project, adopting the negative declaration and grant the use permit. The motion failed with Commissioner Purnell dissenting. After some discussion, Commissioner Perkins, seconded by Commissioner Jacobson, made a motion to reconsider the earlier failed motion. This time the motion passed for approval. On June 12th, the appeal before you was submitted to the Executive Office. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
And this is Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner, and I would just like to add on to Mark's presentation. After reviewing the public comments, there's a lot of comments focused around the aesthetics, and we had not uploaded the photo simulations that had been provided to our office with the application as part of our Planning Commission hearing packet or our Board of Supervisors packet, as it hadn't really been brought up. But so I do have those available, and if the board would like to look at those, and can share them with the clerk of the board staff as well if the board would like to see those. And thank you very much.
Yeah, so it's time for Board of Supervisor questions. And yeah, I think that those would be valuable to see. Do you have those where you can share those at this time?
This is Deputy Clerk.
And I shared them with the clerk of the board staff, and I just want to confirm if now would be an appropriate time with clerk of the board staff to share my screen.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and through the chair, yes, that would be fine.
Thank you very much. So just bear with me one moment here, and I'm going to share screen. And change the view to look at this in full screen mode. So, and if I just back up one here. So this first, and I can flip this if necessary, this shows you the vantage points. This is the project location here. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4 are the different vantage points we'll be looking through. This is that first vantage point looking from, you can see here at the bottom, it says what view we are looking from. This is from Bear Canyon Road. Here is the existing, here is the proposed, and Mr. Kleiser, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the spot that is the most visible location.
Correct, yes.
Yes. And then here is the second photo simulation. This is the view from Lakewood Drive looking east at the site, and you can see existing and proposed. It would be tucked back here in the vegetation. Again, here we have also from Manzanita Drive looking southeast at the site. And again, you have existing and proposed, and you can see it would be tucked back here behind the existing vegetation. And then the last view here is from Ridgewood Drive looking south at the site, and you can see existing and proposed, and you would be somewhat visible here, but it is a distant view. And I'm happy to back up to any of these images if the board would like.
All right. Thank you for that. Are there any other comments for the planning department?
I have a couple questions.
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Williams.
Is this an area that's otherwise served by broadband?
At this time, no. There was a coverage map. I'm sorry, Mark Kleiser, Planning and Building. A coverage map was provided by the applicant that demonstrated that coverage was very limited in that area.
So without a tower, maybe not at this location, but in the general area, we would be keeping kids across the digital divide, kept off of broadband, seniors excluded from telemedicine.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments from the board for the planning department? Okay, hearing none, we will go to the appellant presentation of 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Haschak and board. May I now share my screen?
This is Deputy Clerk of the Board, Lindsay Doherty, and yes, you may. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much. Is there some, oh, there we go. Share. Okay, thank you. All right.
Thank you, Chair Haschak and fellow board members. My name is Kathy Ortiz, and I live adjacent to the proposed tower. I'm as a member and spokesperson of the neighbors and friends of Pine Mountain. We oppose the siting of this tower in our neighborhood. The following is a summary of our reasons, which we will be presenting in more detail. As the coronavirus ramped up in the spring, many residents of Pine Mountain community were shocked and dismayed to learn that a cell tower in their neighborhood was being readied by county planning and building staff to be heard by the Planning Commission. The county's wireless guidelines clearly acknowledges that siting towers in residential communities is controversial. The county's general planning principles recommend community involvement in a project like this tower. Yet this tower project was allowed to proceed essentially in secret without any community involvement. This cell tower project was especially shocking to most people in our neighborhood because we trusted our CC&Rs, which ban commercial development, including radio towers. We believe the Planning Commission should have denied this project, as they appeared ready to do so at their May 21st meeting, when they unanimously instructed the planning staff to formulate findings for denial in advance of their next meeting on June 4th. However, on June 4th, 2 commissioners who expressed concerns about the project were missing. And at this meeting, the commissioners reversed their vote and approve the project based on what we believe to be the following false and misleading information with significant procedural errors. Number one, false and misleading information regarding the name and the location of the project. Number two, false and misleading information regarding the benefits of the project to first responders and the public safety during an emergency, including FirstNet services. Number three, false and misleading information regarding AT&T's significant gap and the cell service already available in Pine Mountain neighborhood. Number four, false and misleading information from AT&T regarding the type and extent of service that would be available for purchase from AT&T if the facility were built. Number five, false and misleading information regarding the least intrusive alternative and AT&T's failure to inform the Planning Commission that AT&T fiber optic cables already pass through the neighborhood. Number six, false and misleading information from AT&T about the opposition versus support for the tower, which we will demonstrate is overwhelmingly opposed by the neighborhood. Number seven, false leading information from the CCNRs governing the neighborhood, which ban commercial development and specifically radio towers. Number eight, false and misleading characterization of public's legitimate concerns regarding aesthetics of the tower and the resulting reduced property values of 15 to 20% with an equal reduction in lost tax-based revenue for Mendocino. In addition, we have the following procedural concerns. Number one, Commissioner Holtkamp being asked to recuse herself based on unsubstantiated claims of bias. It should be noted that Commissioner Holtkamp was had recently supported a tower near Gualala, and she was a principal author of the developing the county wireless guidelines. Number two, discrimination against the public regarding the public's ability to have equal access to participation in the Planning Commission meetings as compared with the project's applicants as well as county staff, which in this case was also a proponent of the project. Number three, additionally, the full use permit staff report was not posted with the agenda items for the supervisors or the public to access. Part of this foundational document were pulled out and posted, but the complete document is essential and for the understanding the issues at hand and means that a complete record is not there. Planning Commissioner Allison Purnell wanted to be on record as opposing the project. Because of quorum rules, she felt she had no choice other than to vote for the project approval so that the public would have its only opportunity for appeal of this decision. Finally, this board need not be concerned itself with balancing the risk of a lawsuit from AT&T because federal courts, including the Supreme Court, have ruled that even if AT&T were to prevail in court against the county, AT&T cannot ask for damages or attorney fees from the county. We urge the board to respond to the wishes of the majority of the neighbors and support the adherence to the CCNRs and deny the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Now we'll go to the...
There's more.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chair Haschak. My name is Cynthia Reiser-Jevons. The neighbors and friends of Pine Mountain have invested many hundreds of volunteer hours to find the facts of this proposal. We are today only being given 20 minutes to present this extensive case that we have built against AT&T's misinformation. And so there is only time to present the highlights of this report. But all the details are in our documents available for you all on the county website. I am confident that our information is strong and true and shows why this proposed tower cannot be built if truth is to be acknowledged. Let's see. Let's move in here. Aiming this project for Valley Oaks Park and citing it on Pine Mountain has been very misleading and confusing to the public. Here's pictures of Valley Oaks Park. Valley Oaks Park is located in Little Lake Valley, 6 miles northwest of Pine Mountain. Other approved towers in the county have been given names denoting the actual location or property on which they have been placed. The project is claimed that it will provide FirstNet services. If fires are for first responders, we will refute that. If fires are nearby, the public should know that cell tower services are shut down for the public in fire emergencies because cell towers are a fire hazard. The cost of FirstNet rate plans to the county would be expensive, requiring subscriptions for every first responder's device, and this has not been funded. So the stated objective that AT&T will provide FirstNet services for the responders is misleading and inaccurate. The cost of FirstNet services has not been funded by Mendocino County, and instead a new Motorola system upgrade has been funded and is currently being installed. AT&T is planning to use the CAF2 Connect America Fund, which is a federal grant that cannot be used to provide overlapping service where there are competing carriers. AT&T claims Pine Mountain is a dead zone, but this is untrue. So the project should not qualify for the CAF2 federal program. The original map in the staff report indicates that there is no current coverage in this area. This is untrue, as you will see in the following maps. Here is the map that AT&T gave to you all through the staff report. This is the tower location. You can see AT&T is claiming zero service from them or any services. I'd like to note here is the Valley Oaks area that the report is claimed to be serving. As you can see, there's a great distance, 6 miles between them. Here is the AT&T proposed 4G LTE project service. The proposed area within half a mile of the tower would be for in-home service that could be purchased by people nearby. It's not just a given. And that's in green. The yellow and the blue areas would be outside service and in-transit service. As you will see, this service has already been provided. This is not a dead zone. If you go on AT&T's website and put in this address where the cell tower proposal is to be, you can already see that AT&T itself is saying we have 4G LTE coverage. And this has been confirmed by driving around in this area. So AT&T gave incorrect information as a basis for this project. Here is Verizon's current service. Here is the proposed cell tower location. Here is the current 4G LTE service. It's the highest available. This area here is in a canyon. It comprises approximately 5 properties. Of those properties, one property owner does want to have the tower in that location. 4 of the property owners in this area are vehemently opposed to the cell tower. They already get cell service by purchasing it through other companies, and they are satisfied with the service they have. So it's not a dead zone for them. Here is US Cellular's current 4G LTE service coverage. You can see here Morris Reservoir as a placeholder. You can see they have quite a bit of 4G coverage already. Aaron, let's see, we'll go here. Erin Schoenbrunner resides on Manzanita Drive next to the proposed tower site. Currently, her family runs a yoga business and teaches Mendocino College classes, and 2 of their children attend classes through Zoom from their home, and they all do this simultaneously. This shows there is plenty of available internet for those that choose to purchase adequate internet service. Additionally, soon there will be Starlink satellite service, and soon Mendocino County is likely to be beta testing for this new satellite system. The proposed cell tower technology will be obsolete and redundant before long. There's clearly no need for this tower. AT&T claims that more than 450 parcels will be covered with 4G LTE coverage from the cell tower. This is a highly inflated figure. As in the 5.5 mile zone, there are only 264 parcels, not 450. Please note on this map, this very detailed map, that within the in-house service area, 8 parcels support the tower, 20 parcels oppose the project. As you get closer to the tower, significantly more parcels are in opposition. Within this map, there are 31 parcels highlighted in blue that support the tower. This is the whole map as a whole, and 50 in red oppose the project. You can see close to the tower, they oppose. According to AT&T, in-building service could be available for purchase only within a half a mile radius of the tower. Most of those people do not want the service. As you can see in this map, there's a lot of important information, and I hope you will take the time to study it in the written form. Last night, how many of you felt shake, rattle, and roll? We had a 4.0 and a 3.8 earthquake, and they are centered right in this vicinity. Seismic activity. There is substantial evidence of the branch of the Mayakama Fault less than a mile away from the Nixon permit site. Here are a number of recent earthquakes, and they're all in this same location. Here was, in August, here was a 4.2 quake, and the location of the tower is right under this red mark that shows the centering of the earthquake. So it's an active fault location. Here from this 4.2 quake, here are the aftershocks just within several days. So the Bear Canyon existing AT&T fiber optic cables are clearly available. They have been there. They're already there. There is also a fiber optic cable along Ridgewood Road. The private driveway leading to the project site has been shared and mutually maintained for the last 45 years. Counter to the claims of the report. The Pine Mountain Estate CCNRs do not allow commercial projects or radio towers, and obviously the road to the site is shared. Here is the site plan showing access road through the Pine Mountain Estates, CCNR restricted parcel. Here is Manzanita Drive, and here is this shared maintained roads. It's been shared for the last 5 years, and the maintenance has been together. And here is the road leading to the proposed site. It's an old logging road, and it's on a steep embankment. So you go along that steep embankment, and it's a narrow road, and just 50 feet from the edge of the property line is where the tower would be located. Aesthetics. Most of the nearby neighbors really do not want the tower for a wide variety of reasons. This is the view from Kathy Ortiz's front yard.
Four minutes remain.
Good afternoon. My name is Rain Youngstrom. My family and I have lived here on Pine Mountain for 15 years. I'm here today to share some of my findings from the past few months in regards to AT&T Epic Wireless and their attempt to construct a grossly out-of-place cell tower in our neighborhood. I will begin on June 4th with a shocking reversal of the Planning Commission's previous decision to deny the cell tower. In the previous meeting, there was evident that the public's response was overwhelmingly in opposition to the tower, yet now the tower was being approved against the public's request. My wife and I both noticed that the commissioners kept referring to a mysterious spreadsheet, which was highly influential in the board's new decision of reversal. Since this had no name on it, Commissioner Allison Purnell asked where it had come from. After several long and silent moments, AT&T Epic Wireless agent Nick Taggis spoke up and claimed ownership. Why would AT&T submit an anonymous spreadsheet into the public comments? I looked it up on the Mendocino County Planning Commission website and found another letter from AT&T that was an analysis of this spreadsheet. The first mistake I noticed was that my family was supposedly living in Willits, not on Pine Mountain. Then I noticed that the actual concerns that we had written in our letters were not accurately recorded either. There were this many inaccuracies in my family submissions. Were there more? At least 26 instances of double, triple, and no counting of individuals who took the time to submit comments. At least 8 instances of incorrect addresses placing people outside of Pine Mountain where they actually live there. The comments given by citizens outside of the Pine Mountain area should not be dismissed as irrelevant, but rather the strong opposition, 121 opposed in just the Willits area alone, should point to the obvious reality that people throughout the county are concerned about the presence of these towers in the neighborhoods and are unhappy about the stealth process in which they're popping up. This strongly signals the need for transparency, community conversation, and neighborhood buy-ins as part of providing broadband to Mendocino County. I also found that at least 106 signees of the petitions did not have their concerns listed in AT&T's data sheet. Why? In 1996, 24 years ago, the FCC made a ruling that cell towers could not be denied due to electromagnetic radiation or its related health concerns. The public, for the most part, is not aware of this. This ruling is facing litigation on many fronts and should be non-existent soon. The petitions against this tower addressed many other issues other than EMFs. The petition signees had concerns dealing with wanting an EIR, earthquake concerns, high fire hazard concerns, the fact that no biological survey was done, and a host of other issues. All of these issues should be considered, not conveniently disregarded due to the fact that the public is also concerned about their health. I decided to redo the entire spreadsheet by reading thoroughly every general public comment letter and made an accurate comment data sheet. If a letter mentioned EMFs or a health concern, the additional concerns in the letters were not recorded accurately or even at all. This discriminating technique used by AT&T is false and prejudicial, leading to inaccurate data and a misrepresentation of the public's concerns. In fact, only 21 letters exclusively mention EMFs, not 178, as AT&T claims. I've shown my complete opposition comment count below AT&T's data analysis here. The actual public comments contain more concerns than AT&T had portrayed. The number of comments listed by AT&T are also grossly undercounted as shown.
Time.
And if one looks closer at AT&T's chart, one can see that there is no 2 to 4 mile range data, and the numbers they've displayed don't add up. Here is a simple chart that my final analysis of the public comments that has through June 4th. The comment conclusion is that the public was overwhelmingly opposed to this attempt by AT&T Epic Wireless to construct a cell tower in our backyard.
Rain?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Now we have a short presentation by our attorney, Geneva Chandler.
Well, your 20 minutes is up.
Well, her presentation is going to be very short, and then we will just wrap up. We would respectfully request a very short more time to do it. We have worked months on preparing this presentation for you.
Let's go to the applicant and have their 20 minutes and then see if they're all right with adding some additional time. All right. So sorry about that, but we need to keep to our time limits. And okay, so the applicant. Applicant's muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
I apologize. I was using my phone for the the voice. Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and Supervisors. My name is Jared Kersley on behalf of AT&T. Thank you for having us here before you today. We also have Nick Tagus on behalf of AT&T and Don Davis, AT&T's External Affairs representative to speak today. At this time, I can answer questions by the board, but I think I'd be happy to address a few items that the appellants raised. But of course, I'll defer to the board on how to proceed.
So you want us to open it up for questions from the board?
I'll move forward with. No, I'm sorry. I was, if that's the route that you wanted to go, but I'm going to present.
No, I wanted you to present your
and
case.
continue with Nick and Donna Davis as well. Yeah, I would first like to clear up some confusion over the coverage maps that AT&T provided with the application compared to what the appellant provided, which is what wireless carriers typically provide on their website. AT&T submitted an RF statement and propagation maps that identified its significant gap in LTE service coverage in this portion of the county. And LTE service coverage is not to be confused with the internet aspect, the fixed wireless local loop internet aspect of the project. These propagation maps are created using industry standard tools, including computer models and data sources, so that they depict and predict service coverage in a specific area based on specific network design engineering criteria, in other words, service coverage levels, and specific existing conditions such as existing terrain, clutter, etc. Am I still to be heard? I lost signal here.
You're cutting in and out.
Okay. I apologize, having technical difficulties here. So the online wireless coverage maps depict coverage in a different way and for a different purpose than AT&T's engineering propagation maps. AT&T's online coverage map can be used by customers to obtain a high-level approximation of outdoor wireless coverage, but it does not show actual coverage, as the information in the quote-unquote "learn more" link on the website explains. Actual coverage may show different from map graphics and may be affected by terrain, weather, network changes, foliage, buildings, construction, signal strength, high usage periods, customer equipment, and other factors. So basically, AT&T uses its engineering tools and propagation maps to evaluate network performance and needs for new or upgraded wireless telecommunication facilities. Additionally, the online maps for other providers, such as the maps for Verizon and US Cellular that the appellant provided, are not relevant to this application. AT&T needs to address its gap in services, and federal law requires the county to consider AT&T's service needs. Plus, AT&T alone has the FirstNet contract to deploy enhanced first responder on a dedicated network. Second subject, the purpose of our deep dive exercise for all the public comments from the 2 prior PC hearings was to show how the comments created a false perception favoring opposition. They were misleading in 2 major ways. The vast majority of the opposition came from folks who live far outside the service area, and the vast majority of the opposition mentioned concerns about RF exposure and effects from radio frequency. Once the opposition and support is looked at within the estimated service area, the support outweighed the opposition. Moreover, most of the local opposition also mentioned concerns about RF exposure and effects from radio frequency. Skip to today's uploaded public comments. I think we all can agree and conclude that there are many folks who are against this project and many folks who are in favor of this project. But again, many letters and opposition revolve around effects from RF exposure, while folks supporting the project have concerns such as fires, emergencies, homeschooling, working from home, and basic connectivity via wireless signals. I think there was concerns over the CCNRs. The subject property where the tower is being placed on does not have CCNRs on the property. The access road is the property with the CCNRs and does not restrict vehicular access or utilities to another parcel. I would like to remind everyone here that CCNRs is a civil topic, more or less. The site name being misleading, the site name is essentially chosen from the RF engineer who creates the search ring and map area of coverage. In no way, shape, or form is that meant to mislead anyone or really explain where the project is meant to be located. It's a general name, and we use addresses, coordinates, APNs to identify the locations of the project. Shared road, the road is entirely on the Nixon property. That is after the gate from the public right of way, and we exhausted a road monitoring. We looked at the engineering on the road, the current stage of the road, and we are obligated to fix any damages that are caused to the road during the construction time of the project. I think that covered a lot of things I wanted to cover. I'd be happy to answer questions a little bit later, but I'd like to pass the torch on to Nick Taggis at this time.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My video I haven't started. I was only concerned with the amount of data being used with the internet and the ability for you to hear me. So am I still coming through clear? I just want to be sure. This is an important project.
Yeah, I think you're fine.
Wonderful. So again, my name is Nick Taggis with 51 Wireless on behalf of AT&T. I'm part of the long range planning and technology services for this rollout of technology. The most important aspect of this project that we have to start right at square one is this project is bringing in high-speed broadband wireless internet at a below market rate in an area that is currently underserved for internet. That is where this project starts. In addition to bringing in high-speed broadband wireless internet that several hundred folks in the area have access to purchase, it will also bring in expanded and improved LTE services for AT&T's customers. Thirdly, and Donna Davis with External Affairs of AT&T will touch on this in more specifics, is the FirstNet program for first responders. There's been a lot of data. There's been a lot of documents. This project has, unfortunately today, is the 475th day since this project was submitted for planning. Now, what I believe is germane to this project specifically and in generally for Mendocino County, and with COVID and the stay-at-home orders that we have in place, since 2016, our firm has been working hand-in-hand with AT&T to develop broadband high-speed wireless internet throughout rural Northern California. And since 2016, as an example, another rural county, similar landscape and size of Mendocino, El Dorado County. Since 2016, we've been able to develop and build over 30 new wireless towers that right now today are offering over 6,700 homes and small businesses with the opportunity to have high-speed broadband wireless internet. As of today, we do not have one tower built in Mendocino County that is providing this internet program. So we urge you to look over the benefits of this program to the public in general and to the county and determine if this is an infrastructure that is wanted and needed in this area. And with that, I'll pass this over to Donna Davis of External Affairs, who will talk more broadly about the FirstNet program, which is the third aspect of this tower's capabilities. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Donna Davis. I'm AT&T External Affairs for the North Coast. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, my phone is ringing in the background. I apologize about that. Yeah, I wanted to kind of talk about, that this site is bringing much needed service. We've heard from a number of residents in the area who have spoken up about the need for connectivity, but probably even on top of that, and more importantly, is the need around public safety. You've seen in the packet letters of support from Sheriff Kendall, letters of support from Little Lake Fire District Chief Wilkes, as well as letter of support from Brooks Trail Fire Chief Noyo. So they've all expressed a concern about the lack of adequate coverage for communication infrastructure within Mendocino County. And we have two kind of points there too. We talk about the coverage gap, but we also need to consider redundancy in the network, right? So I think about that, and an example would be for 911 access. If you were an existing customer on a Verizon network and something happened to the Verizon tower that was supporting your service, and there was an emergency, and there's an AT&T tower providing service in that same area, you can still make that 911 call via that AT&T service. So we're talking about not putting all of our public safety eggs in one basket, so to speak. So it's important to understand that the redundancy is also part of the importance of continuing to develop this infrastructure. Additionally, we talk about FirstNet. If you're not familiar with FirstNet, this came out of the 9/11 Commission following those terrorist attacks, when they had multiple first responding agencies that came in to deal with that attack, and the fact that they weren't able to communicate with one another across an interoperable platform. So FirstNet has been developed to provide that platform. It's a dedicated high-speed data connection for first responders that are subscribed to the network. And so where that comes into play, as I can kind of point out to you, we have FirstNet deployed assets addressing the August complex fire right now, for example, up in Humboldt County. And while the Mendocino County Sheriff may not yet be on FirstNet, what's important to understand about FirstNet is, as we've seen with these ever increasing wildfires, by size and scope, we have multiple agencies coming in to respond and provide mutual aid. Back when we had Mendocino complex fires, I think we're over 30 responding agencies. That's state, federal, and local. And any one of those agencies or multiple of those agencies could be using the FirstNet network. So it's important to think kind of broader scope about what is there to support those first responding agencies when they come in. Another example I have for FirstNet, right when COVID first broke out, and we had those, if you remember, those cruise ships that were coming back, and we had to quarantine hundreds of people from those cruise ships here. I was active in helping with the response, those folks that were housed at Travis Air Force Base in Fairfield, and Health and Human Services had difficulty accessing their VPN network because it was so bogged down with commercial traffic. This dedicated band 14 service of FirstNet allowed them to go on their separate band of traffic to support the Health and Human Services Department in their efforts around those COVID quarantine folks coming off of those cruise ships. And that wouldn't have been something possible without the FirstNet. FirstNet gives not only that dedicated band, but in addition to that offers priority and preemption. So if they need it, they can take over capacity on the commercial network as well. So just wanted to kind of give you a little bit of scope of the importance of FirstNet and really what we're seeing, with the need to really augment coverage and redundancy with respect to public safety. Thank you.
All right, is that it for the applicant presentation?
At this time, Supervisor, yes, if we have questions from the board or if there's any information that we need to rebut from the appellant, all three of us are here and ready for that. Thank you.
Okay, and if you don't mind, since the appellant wanted more time, if you don't mind, I'll go back to them and give them 5 more minutes.
Yes, of course, please.
Okay. So the appellant, is Ms. Chandler on the line? I think you're the one. the
Yes,
council? So we'll give you an additional 5 minutes.
I shouldn't need 5. I just have a couple of issues.
Good.
The first issue that is referred to in the papers that we gave to you is the issue of bias that was raised at the second Planning Commission meeting. And the concern that I have in County Council's advice to the commissioner to recuse herself is that she did not say she did not support the project. What she said was if the public did not have adequate participation, she could not support the project. That is not a personal issue. It's not her saying she doesn't like the project. It's not her saying that she has some sort of an interest in the project, which is what the case law calls bias. She was simply concerned about the public process. And I think that County Council overreacted in asking her to recuse herself, and the decision might have come out very differently had she been able to testify. Second, all of the public from the get-go of this project, there has been no attempt by AT&T or the county to reach out to the people who are most intimately impacted by this project. They are the neighbors that are going to have to live with a 145-foot tower in their backyard. No public meetings, no stuff sent to them from AT&T or the county. Their first notice was the notice of the hearing. That's no way to conduct a project that's going to impact a large number of people. And then lastly, in terms of public participation, even on this hearing, we have our faces are blacked out. The applicants there for you to see. It's an unequal way to deal with the people that are going to be really impacted by this process. So I would ask you to really consider how you're using our COVID times in maybe creating an unequal platform for the applicant and the people who are concerned about the project.
Okay, thank you. Back to AT&T. Would you like to say anything?
Chair Haschak.
Yeah, I wanted to give AT&T a few minutes to respond to that too.
We're not completed.
No.
No. I have a short bit of my statement, if I may finish, Chair Haschak.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so kindly. We are asking the board to deny this project based on the above evidence. The Planning Commission, the public, and the Board of Supervisors have all been given grievous, misleading, and incorrect information. You were given maps claiming there is no cell service on this mountain, and this was the justification for the entire project, and AT&T claiming federal funding to construct this tower, when this claim is clearly and obviously false, according to AT&T itself. There is 4G LTE service currently offered for purchase to almost all on Pine Mountain. I am a AT&T customer, and my service is just fine on Pine Mountain. The County General Plan calls for empowering local communities to engage in local planning. This was not done. The majority of the neighbors who are closest to the proposed project are vehemently opposed to this cell tower for a wide variety of reasons. This project is not needed, not wanted, is a safety hazard, and would be a blight to a majority of those living nearby and negatively affect the peace and welfare of this neighborhood. Please deny this use permit for this project. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Okay, we'll go to AT&T. I'll give you a few more minutes if you would like.
I think at this time, Supervisor, we feel that if there's any questions by the board, we'd be more than happy to answer them, flush them out. But at this time, we, as the applicant, agree with staff's report to support the findings for the approval for this project. And again, we'd be more than happy to answer any questions that the supervisors have or flush out any other items discussed here today by either us or the appellant.
Okay, and thank you. And I just got a note from the Deputy Clerk of the Board that everyone had the same opportunity to Zoom in, to be seen. So okay, I'll go to Supervisor Williams.
Is AT&T able to show us the difference in coverage what we have today versus what we would have with the tower. And I understand there's some controversy about the existing service. Some of the residents in the neighborhood say they're already covered. Can you give us, I don't know, signal in decibels or throughput, or what would change for them?
So that's a good question, Supervisor Williams. I want to be extremely clear when clarity is needed. There's been so much information. The impetus, the mass impetus for this project is bringing high-speed broadband internet here. Now, as a result of this tower, if it is approved and built, it will then also bring in 4G LTE service. Now, we do have those propagation maps that are part of the planning application. That if staff has the ability to share that, that is a visual of the LTE service that will be brought in. But again, the main focus of this is to bring high-speed broadband wireless internet. And at the same time, the technologies on that tower will also bring in LTE services, which will fill a significant coverage gap for AT&T's customers, as shown by the propagation maps.
And Chair, may I ask a question to the appellant?
Sure.
So to be frank, I go to, I don't know, between 100 and 200 fire calls per year. This has been going on for years, and quite a few of those are traffic collisions. I always cringe when I approach and I touch the hood of the vehicle and it's cold, meaning somebody's been there, potentially trapped in their vehicle for a long time. This is in a county that already has problems delivering an ambulance to the scene. And you add that additional time, that can be life and death. And so I'm hesitant to be against technology that may be life-saving. It may be just a few people, but for those people, this decision is critical. And then the secondary concern is we're struggling to provide broadband, and we've been working in partnerships trying to get at state grants, and it's looking like the cost is $40,000 to $50,000 per house, and we're competing with the rest of the state. We've never been successful. I don't know of a single house that's connected as the result of the county working through the state grant process. The numbers just don't work. And so if we get broadband, it'll either be next generation satellite service or it'll be from cell towers. And so the question I have is, if you're against this particular location, is there another location in the neighborhood that you would support? Is your argument that you don't want cell towers at all? Or is it that you don't believe this is the appropriate location and another location you would support?
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Williams. There already is fiber optic cable in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I understand that, but for the last mile is the difficult component for us. We have broadband in this county. We have fiber running through the county, think as major arteries. The expensive component is getting it from terminated and distributed to all the houses. And so the cell tower is the economic way. It's the only way that pencils out today. So I'm wondering, do you not like the particular location? And if AT&T were to move it 10 parcels to the west, would that satisfy the concern, or would it be the same argument?
If I could speak up on behalf of the appellants, there was a preferred alternative location for this cell tower, but planning discarded it because it would have required getting permission on private roads. So I think that was made clear in the appeal. It's not having a cell tower, it's where the location is.
So the appellant would support a cell tower in the neighborhood, just not on this parcel?
They would support it in the preferred location where AT&T in their own study found a better location for the cell.
I understand that preferred location is not feasible because it's a private road. So that's got to be crossed out. Is there another location that is feasible that planning could approve and AT&T would be able to serve the same customer?
I'll leave that to the people that live up there.
We don't know because other options were not presented to us. And I would like to reiterate, there already is 4G LTE service. I invite any of the supervisors to please come up to the neighborhood and bring your cell phone, come up to Pine Mountain and try your cell phones yourself and see if you have service, and you will have service with almost all of the service providers. In addition, the broadband would only be to a very narrow range of houses, 41 properties perhaps within the short half-a-mile range of the cell tower. And the majority of those already have service through other providers and do not want this cell tower in this location. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and planning and building does have coverage maps that they're willing to show. So
Yeah, I'm willing to share. I'm willing to share my screen if that helps for the coverage maps, or unless.
Pardon me, Jared. I'm going to share the maps that were attached to this item, so that way it's evenly available to all members of the public as well as the members of the board and the supervisors. So I am going to share. These are attachments 8 and 9 onto the agenda item posted on the website on the Granicus agenda. And so I'm going to share next. I'm going to start with first what is the revised, and let me see how this comes up. So this is the proposed. Let me start with the existing, and let me make this full screen. So this is existing, and this is posted again as number 8 on the agenda items, and this shows the existing coverage. And if we move, excuse me, sorry, I got to move to the next page here. This is the proposed coverage.
Okay.
So a question there. Usually signals don't attenuate on such a straight line. Is there more to the coverage to the north and south?
This is Julia Acker-Krog. Yes, there very likely is. What we did is this was the view that was provided to us, and then we overlay it over a topographic map to show the general topographic features of where it's located. So I'm not sure AT&T may be able to respond better as to whether or not the coverage extends further, but I think based upon this, we could extrapolate that yes, it does.
Thank you.
And so I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing screen unless anybody has any additional questions.
Nope, that's good. Okay. So I guess that, since this is in the 3rd district, I've certainly know Pine Mountain pretty well, and I've heard from people from both sides of this issue. And it seems like the people who are living in the side where they'd have visibility of this structure are against it. And a lot of people who are on the other side who are complaining about lack of cell service, lack of internet, really want it. And so I would say it's 50-50 about, the opposition versus in favor of it. I guess one of the big considerations is the aesthetics of it. And, when I went out and visited the site, that it certainly seemed like, it would be an eyesore. And if we're talking about this line of sight cover, then it seems like it needs to be sticking out enough to be visible and also provide the service. And so I guess there's a question about how intrusive will this be into the aesthetics? And I believe that that's a major concern for people. So, and also the character, this is a very rural area, and the character, there's quite a few houses in that area. It is a community, and I guess the character of the area would be of concern too. Certainly we all want greater safety, with kids at home these days, they need internet service. And so, there's both sides of that issue. I guess last night, there was a major, or, 4.2 or whatever it was, earthquake that certainly I felt, and it was centered right in that area. So does AT&T, have they taken that into consideration, the earthquakes in that area?
Jared Kersley here with AT&T. Yeah, we, all towers are engineered per California standards that take seismic movement into consideration. And, there's no history of towers falling over during such earthquakes in this area. But, as a safety net, the county has that 110% setback to property lines, kind of for that reason. It's like a fall zone. So if this tower were to fall due to an earthquake, it's not falling on anyone else's property. But again, they're overly engineered and take into consideration seismic activity.
And pardon me, Chair Hashak, I just wanted to add that county staff, as part of a building permit review process, our building division would also be checking for conformance with building code standards for wind load, earthquake safety, et cetera, as well as in addition to the 110% setback that was mentioned by Mr. Kearsley, there's also the 500% setback from adjacent residences to ensure that no residences would be impacted by any sort of tower fall or anything like that.
Okay. I do have a question about the project name, is that it certainly is deceiving because it isn't the Valley Oaks, trailer park that's 6 miles away. It is a Pine Mountain project. And so that kind of doesn't sit well with me. As far as the aesthetics, has there been consideration for this model pine or camouflaging it in any way?
Jared Kearsley here with AT&T again. We discussed that at the last public hearing, and what we concluded was, since a monopine would need to be taller to account for the tree topper, as we call it, it would encroach on the 500% setback to the adjacent dwelling. So in order to meet the coverage goals here, we had to, at the minimum, be a 140-foot center line for the antenna, which yielded a 143-foot tall tower, which met the setback of a 500% almost precisely. If we increased it, another 10 feet, that means we have to move it by 50 feet, one way or the other.
So you're saying that's not possible?
Correct.
Or you don't want to do it?
It's not possible without encroaching on the setbacks.
Okay, and then the actual coverage data, we've gone back and forth. I guess, people in that area certainly are complaining about lack of coverage. But if you have to have, it's very mountainous there. And so if you have to have line of sight, how's that going to improve people's coverage? Can you guarantee the coverage for the people throughout Pine Mountain?
So the line of sight coverage is more so for the wireless high-speed internet services. The broadband services, the typical LTE or FirstNet services do not need line of sight to connect to your cell phones. So to answer the question, that would pertain more to the internet services. So what essentially happens if anyone signs up for the internet service of this tower, AT&T representative will come out, install a little square antenna at a vantage point high enough that could see the tower and create a line of sight. A little bit of disturbance of line of sight is allowed, but in most cases they need relatively true line of sight to make the internet work. So that's really what drives the height of the tower, and the location of the tower is the line of sight to people's dwellings, with, of course, a vantage point high enough.
Yeah, so these neighbors will be seeing it.
Yes, there's a few neighbors that will see it. I believe the appellant's dwelling is about a quarter mile due north, and then the closest dwelling is 760 16 feet to southeast.
Okay.
So yeah.
And what about this FirstNet, where the appellants are saying that the county is not using FirstNet? You're saying that people who come in won't be able to tap into the county system, that they'll be using FirstNet?
I'll defer to, sorry, I apologize.
So that would be a benefit to these traveling firefighters. Is that correct?
That's correct. Or when more towers get built in the county, I'll defer to Donna Davis on this, but that, Mendocino County can sign up for the service as well anytime from now in the future. But in order for it to be a helpful service for a county like Mendocino or any other adjacent states, cities, jurisdictions, you have to have a tower first in order for that to be operational.
Okay. All right, that's it for me. Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly, because I know we're getting very close to 5 o'clock. We have several other items on our agenda. But I guess this comment and question to staff, all of us on the board have received a number of emails, phone calls, voice messages from people about this project, both in favor and opposed to it. And some of the comments pertain to, I guess, 5G service, the next service and self-coverage, although my understanding this project isn't specifically offering that cell coverage. But my understanding is that cities, counties don't have the authority to say they support or oppose, believe in one level of cell coverage or another. Theories about the health and safety of one kind of service versus another isn't to be a part of the decision-making process, and that really cities and counties can only really maybe adopt certain standards like cell coverage, cell towers shall be co-located or on the same tower as much as possible, things like that. So is my understanding correct? Is that basically the limitations on a county or on a board of supervisors, planning commission, et cetera, that we need to kind of stay focused narrowly on things like policies, like we want cell towers to be co-located as much as possible, but that we're not to be engaged in the debate about whether one kind of cell service is healthier or less healthy than another.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. So certainly on the issue of preemption regarding EMFs and RF issues, that's in federal statute that we are preempted from dealing with that. There is specific allowance for local land use controls and consideration of that, but that's been eroded over time, both in statute and by the FCC and regulations. So we could go have a longer conversation about what is allowed in terms of the regulatory side, but certainly there is preemption on the magnetic field side.
Okay, if there aren't any other questions from the board, we'll go to public comment. Okay, so Sonia Burgel, if you could state your name for the record. And you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
My name is Sonia Burgel. I'm opposed to the cell tower development on Pine Mountain. I moved here 3 years ago after living in technology-centric cities, Sacramento, Portland, DC, being raised in Los Angeles. I had major anxiety, depression, and suicidal thoughts that I had while living in cities. Listening to the previous agenda item on houselessness and mental illness, I am surprised at the lack of awareness and acknowledgement of the planning department on the correlation between technology and mental illness. Living in the forest, away from power lines, cell towers, I am in the best mental, emotional, and physical health of my life. I devote myself to regenerative land stewardship of the forest. The proposed tower would be less than a mile from my home. I currently have sufficient cell service with Verizon and internet with Viasat. I do not want AT&T Epic Wireless's service. The cell tower will be a monstrosity, aesthetically defacing the forest landscape and negatively affecting the integrity and health of the neighborhood and the community of Pine Mountain. Depreciating the value of property and houses is against the best interest of our community and county. Climate change, drought is apparent to us, the watchers of this forest surrounded by trees. We are those who are actually doing, not merely discussing, bioremediation practices. There's a sincere lack of public process concerning us humans. I'd like to ask, why has the county promoted this project without soliciting neighborhood input? Where is the EIR for this? What incentive is the planning department receiving from AT&T or Epic Wireless? Can you ensure that mental, emotional, hormonal, neural, and lymphatic health is not affected by surrounding technology? Do cell towers attract lightning? It seems unwise in a fire-prone area. I urge the board to deny the Nixon permit for this project and to educate themselves. Read the Invisible Rainbow. Learn about the relationship between technology and health. Thank you, Board of Supervisors and Chair Hashek, for your time on this matter. That is all.
Okay, thank you. Is Ted Geller on the line? Good afternoon, Mr. Geller.
Yes, thank you, Chair and board members. My name is Roy Ted Geller. I've lived and worked in this Pine Mountain area since the mid-'60s. I've decided to just sum up the concerns everyone has expressed regarding the tower ruining their environment, to put the concerns in perspective with the facts. Before anyone bought here, we had miles of 60,000 volt transmission power lines running right through our area. Then in about 72, there were another miles of high pressure natural gas main lines buried through the middle of the Pine Mountain to provide gas to willets. Before anyone decided to move here, we had these utilities already in place that had over 1,000 times greater potential to harm to them from this non-perilous project. Every concern you have expressed is greater than the utilities we already have existing here than with a new cell tower. We all walk or drive under or over the existing utilities within a mere feet every day. Many live much closer to the existing perils than nearer than they will be to the new non-peril proposed. Their concern for the tower will change and ruin the environment they choose, and here is without merit. There should be no questions left that there's not adequate communication. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so concerned to get this service. Let's focus on the tower and the location. The tower's footprint is about the size of a house. Both the small fenced-in area and entire access road be on one family's land of approximately 65 acres. It will be located on the opposite side of a small ridge running between the tower and the main subdivision. It is situated down this ridge approximately 100 feet below the ridge top. The tower has to be this high in order that the antennas at the top few feet will be above the surrounding ground level. The tower takes so little power that a whole house generator is capable of providing all the needed power. This location is the best as it is in the middle of one family's 65 acres. It is close to a quarter of a mile away from anybody that objects to it. It is ideally located in the area needing the service, and it is not in any violation with existing CC&Rs. Less than 5% of those against the tower will ever be able to see it from their homes. The handful that may be able to see the top of it can obstruct it from their view by just holding up one finger an arm length in front of their face. In order to receive this lower power within homes, a small outside antenna will need to be placed on the outside wall facing the tower. If the maximum allowable emissions of this system were stated in a dollar figure of $10, this would put out a maximum amount of less than 2 cents. The National Association of Realtors estimates homes with good cell and internet service get an average of 3% greater prices. And with all the recent...
Okay, thank you, Mr. Geller. Linda Cardan Gabrielson.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Chair Haschek and fellow members of the board, my name is Linda Cardana Gabrielson. Before rendering a decision on our appeal, please carefully consider the documents and data we're submitting today challenging the need for this facility. The petitions and location study map in our appellant package demonstrate that a majority of Pine Mountain residents, property owners in the proposed service area do not want this 143-foot wireless facility blighting our neighborhood. My October 17th letter chronicles the board's response to the critical grand jury report addressing our county emergency communication system. On April 20th, over $1,600,000 was allocated for the public safety microwave phase 1 repeater replacement project. And on September 1st, in your grand jury response, a funding schedule was to be documented for phases 2, 3, and the Sheriff's Dispatch Council. The board has committed to completing this estimated $11 million project with an updated, efficiently maintained ECS to ensure safety and welfare of residents and first responders. Nowhere in this client first plan or grand jury recommendations is FirstNet mentioned. The cost of a FirstNet contract with the county and subscription rate plans for first responders would add significant expense to the ECS funding schedule. COVID-19 and the recent wildfires have added stress to an already overburdened county budget. I was told there's not a Mendocino County plan to fund and incorporate FirstNet. Yet pages 2 and 9 of the permit states that this project and AT&T will provide FirstNet services for first responders. It's a misleading and false statement. FirstNet will not be a guaranteed service provided by AT&T without a contracted subscription at significant additional cost to the county and taxpayers. Secondly, seismic activity has been intense up there. In the last 30 days, 74 earthquakes ranging from magnitude 2.0 to 4.0, including multiple aftershocks, have been registered by the USGS. The epicenter on Bear Canyon Road is less than a mile east of the facility site. My neighbor, who lives 0.4 of a mile north of the site, had a water pipe break during the 2 earthquakes on October 7th. And last night, as you mentioned, 2 more substantial 4.0 and 3.5 earthquakes occurred up there. They're centered in the same place on Bear Canyon and Tomkai in Pine Mountain. I have to dispute the destabilizing effect and risk seismic activity might have on a cell tower placed in the proposed location is a grave concern, and an EIR is needed. They constitute a significant mitigation factor at the proposed facility location on largely unabated rural residential property in a high fire danger zone. This facility would be aesthetically disruptive, unnecessary broadband wireless alternative. There's safer evolving options. Starlink is one of them. It would pose unwelcome risks to our peace and general welfare in the neighborhood. It would not guarantee safety. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Ellen Drill. Ms. Drill, please unmute yourself. Ms. Drill.
This is Deputy Clerk of the Board, Lindsay Doherty. Ellen, you can try hitting *6.
Okay, can we go on? Let's see, is Maya Maki Youngstrom on?
We could add, excuse me, we could add Ellen Drell by this video comment since the telephone doesn't seem to be working. She is in our current location. May I bring her on to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Zoom? Ellen, if you come over here, you can just speak. Thank you so much. Ellen, come here. Right here. Don't worry about that thing.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Drill.
Yes, speak.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. The county's general plan overall planning principles, specifically Principle 2-3A and B, called empowering local communities to engage in local planning and to promote open, inclusive public planning and development processes. And in Principle 2-3F, to provide county residents with opportunities to actively participate in the planning decisions that affect their lives. For years, the county has been aware of the controversial nature of cell tower placement, especially near residential properties. The county has also been aware of AT&T's intention to site 14 to 18 new cell towers in Mendocino County for several years. Nevertheless, the Pine Mountain neighborhood was taken by surprise. This violates the purpose and intention of the good general planning principles that we have. In addition, the county zoning code mandates that any planning decision not constitute a nuisance or disturb the peace and welfare of the public residing in the neighborhood, or even for those visiting or passing through the neighborhood. This may be a tall order, but the main responsibility of the Planning Commission and ultimately the Board of Supervisors is to protect the peace and welfare of the public that it represents. That was what Commissioner Holtkamp was attempting to do at the April 16th Planning Commission meeting and again at the May 21st meeting before she was pressured to recuse herself on the charge of not being able to be impartial regarding the placement of the cell tower, a charge, by the way, Commissioner Holtkamp has never admitted to, and a charge known to be absurd by anyone who knows Madeline. The Board of Supervisors, if the majority of residents in the Pine Mountain neighborhood or any other neighborhood are opposed to a cell tower in their midst, if open, inclusive community involvement can find less intrusive ways to provide basic and needed internet services or cell phone services, then it is the board's responsibility and privilege to turn down AT&T. These Mendocino County residents have the will and courage to defend their rights not to have the peace and investments of their homes and community upended by corporate goals, the corporate goals of AT&T, the real driver of this project.
30 seconds.
Finally, this Pine Mountain confrontation highlights the need to rethink the county's digital infrastructure plan. The need for a discussion about should local government provide every resident with the ability to stream nightly Netflix, or are we talking about local government ensuring equal universal access to a technology needed for business, education, and news that would be available to anyone at convenient, reliable venues? These conversations need to take priority before another neighborhood gets the wake-up call that an industrial cell tower is coming. This is the local, this.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Drill. David Drill.
David Drill. Okay. Good afternoon, board. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is David Drill, and I want to just go back to the issue of the CC&Rs. Every member, including Mr. Geller, signed the CC&Rs, which includes a specific prohibition on radio towers or any other commercial activity. And that those CC&Rs apply to the property where the cell tower is. In fact, the access road to the tower, which is part of the project, is covered by the CC&Rs. So really, the CC&Rs cover this project, even though the actual tower is conveniently 50 feet away from the property boundary where the CC&Rs exist. While the proposed tower is not going to be located on the property with the covenant controls, the access road is. The access road has commercial purposes, and as a result, and it will be maintained for the purpose of the tower. So as a result, this tower is part of the project. It was considered part of the project during the Planning Commission process, and because of the CC&Rs, which everyone signed when they bought their property, this project cannot be permitted at the location where it is planned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maya Maki Youngstrom. Ms. Youngstrom.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name is Maya Mackey Youngstrom. Thank you for taking my call. I'm calling today to urge you, if you have not already done so, to please review this matter carefully. The decision you make today will affect a lot of people. This is our home. This tower will make a future here very uncertain. Can you imagine inviting all of your relatives to a family barbecue on the 4th of July to celebrate in the shadow of a huge looming tower? There are much better places to put a tower of this size than our own front yards, like on the tops of ridges. There will always be a demand for faster, better service. This tower is not the solution for that. We already have adequate, if not excellent, service on Pine Mountain. Many of us run entire businesses from our home quite successfully. Another point I cannot emphasize enough is in 2017, when the fire struck Redwood Valley and threatened Pine Mountain, it was our landlines that warned us when all the cell towers failed. Wireless technology is very unreliable with too many variables. I believe the county needs a rock-solid, county-wide emergency system that will not fail the people. The most recommended form of communication by the county's own Broadband Alliance is fiber optics. By choosing fiber optics, we would be investing in our county's future and the health and safety of our citizens. It would also create a tremendous draw to this area. These issues are not going away. We must find a way to have an open discussion. The citizens of this county have a right to have input on these issues and be heard. Fort Bragg was able to have a community meeting to air their concerns about changing the name of Fort Bragg. Why can we not have open supervisor meetings? Again, I urge you, if you can find the time, please look into the information that has been provided for you. There are simply too many errors to allow this project to move forward unchecked. I would also like to ask why there were no views provided by the planning department from neighboring properties and only from public right-of-ways. Also, I'd like to state for emergency reasons that we are located 4 miles away from a state-of-the-art hospital. We are not out in the boonies. A third point from the meeting I would like to address is that the antenna that people need to receive AT&T service will cost customers additional money on top of their coverage costs. Thank you very much for hearing my call, and thank you for all of your hard work. These are very stressful times for all of us. May you stay safe and well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Anne Marie Wiebel.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. In my comments, number 72, I tried to show the history of what happened up to today. And I also want to, first of all, make the comment that proper notice was not established because number 14 indicates the meeting is on the September 22nd. Further, Mark Kleiser erroneously mentioned that the 521 meeting was continued. It was not continued because there were too many comments. It was so that the policy could be rewritten to write that there will be an alternative resolution based on these reasons: visual aesthetics, impact to utilities, inconsistency with the county general plan and the county's wireless guidelines from 2015. Mr. Hashak, you mentioned that about 50 people, 50% are in favor, 50% against. Well, I want to tell you that as of today, you have 25% of the people who signed a petition in favor of the tower and 74 who signed a petition against the tower. As of today, you have 21% who wrote public comments for the tower and 78% who wrote comments against the tower.
You brought up, Mr. Hashek, aesthetics, which I think the Planning Commission was intending to use as a reason. Thank you.
30
you
seconds.
brought up character and community issues. There has to be residential zoning and population density looked at. Also, in terms of coverage, the test to do a drive-by and list the dropped calls was never happened. Also, it needs to have an EIR because there's no biological and botanical field study. And the major use permit and its negative declaration is not good. We have lots of animals, plants, and people who will be endangered.
Okay, thank you.
We also have satellite coverage, so it's not.
All right, and we have one voicemail.
Good morning. My name is Kent Stanley, and I'd like to speak to item 5I, the AT&T cell tower Nixon project. Good day, Chair Haschek and board members. Over the years, as landlines became less reliable, I began investing thousands of dollars on antennas and boosters just to have marginal service. The need for cell service in broadband in rural areas is obvious, so I'd like to focus on a couple other important points. Location. The proposed location sits in a remote area that is currently used as a horse pasture and is outside the Pine Mountain subdivision and CC&Rs. I have personally visited the site with permission from the property owner. It sits behind a locked gate and is approximately 65 acres with a tower site located in the middle of the property. The nearest neighbor is Jim Schultz and his wife, who have submitted letters of support for the project. The remaining 3 or 4 surrounding residents are approximately a half-mile away and on the opposite side of the ridgeline. With the exception of one hoop house, anyone who might be able to see the tower would only see the very top of the tower over the trees. If this project is built, the vast majority of the public will never see the tower, even if they wanted to, as it would only be visible from private roads. With a challenging terrain, limited willing property owners, and subdivision CC&Rs, we believe this location is to be the least intrusive while still serving the overall coverage goals. Support. The project is supported by Sheriff Matt Kendall, Little Lake Fire Chief Chris Wilkes, members of the Pine Mountain Fire Safe Council, Willett School Superintendent Mark Westerberg, and the vast majority of residents who actually live, work, and attend school from the Pine Mountain subdivision. On a personal note, just over a year ago on February 12, 2019, during the winter storm with high winds and saturated soils, we had a very large fir tree uproot and fall directly on our home. In fact, directly on my wife and I while we were asleep in bed. With the power knocked out and the cell booster not working, I had the dreaded no service on my phone. Fortunately, I was eventually able to free myself and my wife and drive to the hospital. We were both lucky to only have minor injuries, but the house was a total loss. My point is, things happen. Residents in rural areas need reliable cell service. Reliable service requires cell towers. I trust your decision today will be based on the greater good. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and we have one more comment from Ember Maki Youngstrom. Ember Maki Youngstrom.
Hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. My name is Ember Youngstrom. I was born and raised on Pine Mountain. This is the first time I have participated in the local government. Thank you for giving me the opportunity for my voice to be heard. I am in 9th grade and I attend several Zoom meetings a week. I have never had any problem attending these classes. Also, my phone has always had decent service where I live. This tower would blemish the scenic beauty of my home. It would stand above my tree line and it would dominate my view. I am happy where I live, and I don't want it to be ruined by the awful sight of this tower. Last night, 3 of the biggest earthquakes I've ever felt struck Pine Mountain. How is it safe to build a 15-story after so many earthquakes have occurred over the last year. Many people on this tower, many people on this mountain are opposed to this tower. Please hear the voice of the Pine Mountain community. I ask you with my whole heart to please deny this tower. Thank you. And I also would just like to make an additional comment that as I am talking to you, I have over 3 bars of service using US Cellular, and I'm on Pine Mountain right now. Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. And so we'll go to, well, that's the end of the public comment. So we'll go to the appellant. You'll have 5 minutes. Will the appellant respond?
Hello, thank you. I'm sorry, Chairman Haschek, I did not hear your question.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to make your final remarks.
Oh, thank you. That's a lovely bonus. Well, I think you can see from the comments as well as from the multitude of letters that you have received on this subject that it's about 21, 25% for and about 78, 75% against the tower. And there are many, many reasons for this. We have not highlighted the health reasons because the FCC has precluded our being able to talk about those things. And so we haven't mentioned them. That is a main reason for many of the people who have studied this. But the aesthetics is very, very important. The safety, the fire safety issues, because cell towers are a fire danger, and the radiation that they put out is an issue. What else would you like to say?
Support.
Thank you.
And the responsibility coming to
Ellen, can you come and say this? I'm going to have Ellen Drell come do a better job on this final response. Thank you so much. Just a moment, please.
It's not that it's a better job, but it's just that I wanted. The issue here is that there's controversy, and when there's controversy, that calls for a public discussion, and the county's laws require a public discussion. And I don't think the supervisors can make the finding that this planning decision does not upset the peace and welfare of the neighborhood. And they must make that finding. The alternative is to deny the project and open the public discussion that should have been opened a year ago, and find solutions to provide Mr. Geller with his needs and to provide the opponents with their needs. And the solutions are there. I think it's clear. The problem is that the discussion has not been held. And instead, the application got put in front of the discussion. The cart was before the horse. And every time that happens, there's trouble. I would say deny the project. I think the appellants would say deny the project. Let's have the community discussion. It's long overdue.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go to the AT&T representatives.
Yes, good afternoon, good evening, supervisors, residents of the community. I'd like to bring this back to real simple terms, but before that, I'd like to make one correction on the record from the appellant's statement about the percentages of folks in favor versus those against this tower in this community. When we analyzed the parcels or properties for and against, we did not include duplicate folks within the homes for both sides. If you do include duplicates, you might have a husband and a wife and a child who are opposed to the tower, but we stayed focused on just on a per house basis within the entire community of the surrounding area. And when you analyze on a household basis, it is split. It's not more or less on the other side. It's definitely not a 21% to 78%, if you will, in favor versus against. So with that cleared, I just want to go back to the founding principles of this project, which is to bring broadband, high-speed wireless internet to an underserved area within rural Mendocino County. On top of that, AT&T is trying to fill a significant coverage gap in capacity for its customers in this area. Perhaps Verizon, perhaps US Cellular has coverage in this area. AT&T is trying to provide their customers with their service and improve it greatly as shown on the coverage maps. Lastly, FirstNet. We talked a lot about FirstNet in terms of the benefit to our first responders, but in real world terms, and I want to make this very clear, in our communities where our first responders do not have access to FirstNet, our first responders, including police, fire, sheriffs, and paramedics, operate on their own phone services detached from their neighboring community first responder neighbors. What do I mean by that? Right now, you and I can text each other, call each other. I could snap a photo. I could put it on Facebook, and you could immediately look at that. Our first responders do not have that ability if they're not part of the FirstNet program. And as we know, disasters and crimes don't care about jurisdictional lines. So as a real world example, 2014, where I live in rural Placer County in Sacramento County, there was a hijacking. That hijacking turned into a police shooting where the officer was shot. The suspect then crossed 3 county lines, got up into rural Auburn, and then there was a home invasion and a standoff. If they had FirstNet capabilities, right then and there, they would have been able to pick up their cell phone, snap a picture of the suspect's vehicle's car license plate, post that throughout the FirstNet program to all surrounding areas of first responders, including sheriffs and police. That's what we're talking about. If this tower is approved, what we are talking about is a technology of over 400 homes in this area that will have the opportunity to have high-speed wireless internet. And with the gap in technology divide right now, where our businesses are partially shut down, where our children are not back in school, that's what this is about. On top of that, with 4G LTE services for AT&T, we're serving a significant coverage gap in capacity and bringing in this very important FirstNet program. That's what this is about today. Yes, there are concerns about aesthetics. Yes, folks are concerned about a technology coming in. You know, my grandfather worked in the television industry in the 50s and 60s, and there were concerns back then about radio antennas and television antennas. When there is a technology that is new or is coming into a rural area, we are sympathetic and we understand that. We also have to weigh the balance, though, for the greater good of the entire community, as well as the folks who do need these services, who might be underserved. And that's what this is offering. And with that, we bring it back to the board, and we appreciate everyone's opportunity and our opportunity as well to speak today on this project. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And staff, do you have any final remarks?
Thank you, Chair Hashak. So we don't really have any final remarks. We've listened to the discussion here, and I think just one important point to note is, you know, while certainly there is always the desire to have a project that all community members approve of, sometimes that's not the case. And with planning, there is sometimes where a project may be approved even if there is disagreement from surrounding landowners. But that's based upon, as I think was stated by the appellants, it's making the findings, required findings under the code, and also ensuring that all environmental impacts have been addressed. So I just wanted to add that one last final remark, and we of course are available if the board has any additional questions.
All right, so I'm going to, let's see. Are there any questions from the board to staff or the public?
Chair Housecheck.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. And I think you correctly summed up some of the dilemmas here in your previous remarks, but I wanted to go to staff. So one of the requirements of our wireless guidelines is to site towers in a way that minimizes the visibility. I might not have the exact wording, but that's the sense of it. So I'd like to confirm with staff my understanding that siting a tower so as to minimize visibility doesn't mean no one will see it. Ideally, it would mean the tower is no higher and no more obtrusive than it needs to be in order to close the perceived gap in service. Is that an accurate interpretation of that wording?
Thank you, Supervisor McCowan, Julia Acker-Krog. And yes, so underneath the wireless guidelines, there is the entire section about visual appearance. And you're correct, I'm going to just read what it says. It says communications facility should result in a minimal visual impact for those residents in the immediate area and for those in the larger community who view these facilities from a distance. There shall be considered in assessing visual impacts a balance between the interests of the goal of providing co-location on new facilities and the increased visual effect such facilities may cause in the surrounding area. So I agree with you, and I just wanted to make sure that was clearly stated what the requirement and standard is.
Thank you. And then my only other comment is we've had an abundance of public comment, just really an incredible outpouring of comment on this issue. And the comment that registered most strongly with me, and there were others in support of the need for broadband for educational purposes. I think, Mr. Chair, you touched on that. But the comment of Kent Stanley, where he also summarized some of the supporters of the project, that is very persuasive to me when you have the sheriff, the fire chief, the Fire Safe Council, and the other entities that he referenced, as well as his personal experience. It is hard to say there isn't a need for this, and I see that the project actually does protect the public health, safety, and welfare. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions from supervisors? Okay, hearing none, I will close the public hearing. The matter is now before the Board of Supervisors. Public comment is no longer permitted. All right. Well, I guess I would just like to say that, you know, it is a very difficult choice here. You know, I understand there's a need for public safety. There's a need for greater broadband and the benefits of technology that are sometimes not available throughout Pine Mountain. And I'm also concerned about the CC&Rs. You know, the CC&Rs go right up to that place where the site would be. And so there is kind of what I perceive as kind of gaming the system, is putting it right in there with the CC&Rs. You know, certainly there's aesthetic considerations, and I'm concerned that, you know, they can't even do the model pine, you know, to hide what's going to be a very, I think, significant, like they said in one of the comments, a sore thumb sticking out of the tree line. And, you know, the character of this community, there are quite a few residential units there. And so people move up there to kind of get away from a lot of things. And it would be unfortunate to place it right there. I would hope that, you know, there is fiber optic cable. And I saw that when I was up there. And I hope that can be utilized. It's just, you know, I guess my feeling would be not to go for it, to have findings of, to disapprove it because of the division within the community. And hopefully there could be a new site that wouldn't be so in your face for the side of Pine Mountain, and that we can find other ways to get service better up in that area.
Chair Haschek, I have a question for you.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
How is it gaming the system to follow the CCRs? Either it's a restriction or it's not, and it sounds like, according to planning, it's not a restriction.
Well, it snuck right in there in a corner of the CC. You know, the CCRs are all around it, and it's just
but
right.
So it's a property that was not restricted. And so it doesn't seem like gaming the system to do what they're allowed to. You know, it's a bundle of rights, and that's one of their rights. For us to say, but it's up against other properties that have restrictions.
Yeah, and I think it's, well, in the spirit of all those people who are following the CCNRs.
But I think CCNRs, this property doesn't have CCNRs. You can't apply a restriction that isn't on the title.
No, but I'm saying that it is, the proximity is troublesome to that community. So.
And then your other point, I had a question. So the fact that you see a fiber along the road doesn't mean there's any hope of having broadband service to the home. That's when we look at grants, $1 billion probably wouldn't bring fiber to the home in this county. We're looking at $200 to $300 million just for one small piece of the county. I think what's before us is either support the technology that will bring broadband and emergency communications, or decide we don't want broadband in the county and we don't need backup emergency communications. But you can't say we want those things, and when it comes before us, we're not going to approve it. It's like the discussion about homeless. We don't want them on the street. We don't want to operate housing to get them off the street, or we need more housing, but we're going to deny housing projects. I think our actions have to be in line with our vision. If the vision is we want broadband and emergency communications, this is the path to get there.
Well, and I appreciate those comments, Supervisor Williams. You know, every community is different, and every community is probably like you'd find in Mendocino. If you put in a cell tower, there might be some opposition to it. So, is this the best place for it? I don't know. And has it been fully explored with the community? I have questions about that.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
In view of the hour and items remaining, I'd like to invoke Rule 19.
The 5 minute?
Each supervisor may speak twice to the issue.
Sure.
I'm done.
Okay. So I'm ready for a motion or something.
Mr. Chair, it is in your district, I believe, but if you prefer not to make a motion, I would be prepared to offer one.
Yeah, go ahead.
I will move the recommended action, which is to deny the appeal and affirm the Mendocino County Planning Commission's approval of the project.
Second.
All right.
Chair Hatcher, can I just ask a question of the board? And I realize the hour is very late. The next time county planning staff addresses cell towers and telecommunications in our ordinances, it sounds like there may be a policy change that the board might want to consider, in that this 5-to-1 rule even applies to decorative items that would mask a cell tower as a tree. And perhaps the board, the next time those policies are reviewed, we might want to exempt the decorative items to make a future cell tower look like a tree from the setbacks. So that's just a comment to staff, and perhaps other supervisors might agree with that.
Well, is that something we could do at this point? Could we make an exception? And that would be a question for staff, I guess.
Mr. Chair, I believe Planning and Building is in the waiting room, as is Deputy Kudrowski. If we could bring them back in, I think they can address that point.
Deputy Counsel Kudrowski.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. In terms of modifying the ordinance today, we can't do that. I believe a reduction from the 500 foot would be a variance, and I wanted to confirm that with Julia Krog.
Thank you. So it's actually, it would either be, well, since it's not actually a zoning code standard, it's actually not a variance. There's actually two provisions where you can reduce the standard, and this is in the wireless guidelines. And I'm just going to pull it up so I don't misspeak here. But the wireless guidelines, they give two different options. So one, it's either a finding made that basically that it's the reduced setback enables greater mitigation of adverse visual and other environmental impacts. So that's something that could be done today, a finding made specifically to that point. Or the second option is that all affected property owners have agreed to the reduced setback.
So this is to the will of the board, but I personally would support a reduction or allowance for reduction in the setbacks to allow for the decorative tree item.
So,
yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. I would support making the finding cited, provided the affected property owner also agrees. Otherwise, I'm concerned we set ourselves up for a challenge potentially. So I'm certainly open to further mitigation and making that appropriate finding. It just seems prudent to also secure the approval of the property owner who would be affected. But I guess I would go to County Council. Is that, a prudent way to proceed, or is it really not a concern? We should just make the finding and go forward. And then is there any issue about requiring the company at this late date to make those mitigations to the project? Does that change the nature of the project that is before us?
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm going to ask Mr. Kudrowski to speak to this in just a minute, but I would just make a couple of points there. One is that if it is in the alternative, I don't know that the board needs to go ahead and ask for the consent of the owner. Certainly, if you wanted to be sort of abundantly cautious, you could take that step, but it may be more than you really need to be able to justify the action. In terms of the ability to modify, our ordinance does allow this board to make a modification to the use permit. You're essentially sitting in what would be the same shoes as the Planning Commission in terms of your power to make changes at this appeal.
Thank you, County Council, and I might request of you or of planning staff the preferred language to incorporate the mitigation. I think we're clear on what the finding would be, but what is the mitigation we're incorporating and the appropriate wording for that?
And I may ask planning staff if they happen to have any stock language available. Alternatively, the board could also make a motion of intent, and we could come back with written findings. But my guess is that if planning and building has it, we can wrap this up today.
Thank you, Julia Acker-Krog here. And we do have some language that we've used previously. It will take me a couple minutes to be able to pull that up and be able to read that into the record just because it's in, other projects. I will say some of the typical conditions we look at is, and we have done these more intensively on the coast, is there's even been so far as to require what the diameter is of the branches, the distance between the branches that are on the monopine, the coloring of the monopine, and then also it calls into question just thinking about the CEQA documentation that was done for this. I think it would be providing more mitigation, but if we're talking about this as what is deemed a mitigation measure, that would be very different than the negative declaration that we currently have that was adopted by the Planning Commission for this item. So I think for myself, I would need a few minutes to be able to pull up any language and such. So if the board is interested in doing this, I would request the secondary option that Council Curtis presented, which would be to demonstrate your intent and staff come back with the formal findings and the conditions at a later time.
Would that later time be at another meeting or tonight?
If I may, Julia Acker-Krog, our preference would be for another meeting as it is late in the hour, and it would take me a bit of time to put together an appropriate resolution and conditions for this specific project.
Chair Haschak?
Okay. Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Would this change increase the height and create more of a visual impact?
It sounds like it would increase it by 10 feet, I think. That's what I heard from AT&T. But I would certainly entertain this, this mitigation measure. Supervisor McCowan, do you want to state it as an intent? Supervisor McCowan.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was muted. I certainly support going in this direction. Let me see if this would be an appropriate modification to the motion. So the motion would be that the intent of the board is to deny the appeal and affirm the Mendocino County Planning Commission's approval of the project with direction to staff to return at a future meeting with appropriate findings to incorporate mitigation measures and a description of the mitigation measures.
Yeah, and those with the intent of those mitigation measures being the model pine.
Yes. So is that clear enough direction in the motion to either planning or county council?
Mr. Chair, I believe that that's sufficient to capture the intent of the board.
Okay, very good.
And then it would be if Supervisor Williams supports the modification.
Absolutely, I do.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Gadrowski, just for the record, the term is monopine, M-O-N-O-P-I-N-E.
Monopine. Okay. So that's what we're going for. All right. So any further comments from the board? Okay, Deputy Clerk of the Board, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Absolutely. Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
And Supervisor Brown?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving on. We have item 5E. Okay, if we could continue on to that. 5E is discussion and possible adoption of an urgency ordinance for temporary business modifications during the COVID-19 pandemic. The sponsor is Planning and Building.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair Haschak. This is Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner, Planning and Building. So on September 22nd, the board directed Planning and Building Services to prepare an urgency ordinance in response to the current public health order and the COVID-19 pandemic restrictions on local businesses. County staff has prepared a draft ordinance that waives certain zoning requirements for all businesses so that there is greater flexibility in the areas in which businesses can operate to maintain conformance with the current public health order related to the COVID-19 pandemic. The proposed ordinance would allow for the temporary modifications to both indoor and outdoor outdoor areas to support the continued operation of local businesses during the pandemic. The proposed ordinance would exempt local businesses who pursue temporary modifications from certain county zoning codes provisions related to off-street parking standards, lot coverage, corridor preservation setbacks, and also discretionary review. The ordinance provides that temporary modifications must still comply with yard setbacks for the zoning district in which they are located, with a minor exception for properties with yard setbacks in excess of 30 feet, and that all temporary modifications must still meet certain health and safety related requirements, including the potential need for a building permit. The ordinance also establishes procedures for businesses who may wish to maintain the temporary modifications after the expiration of the ordinance. One component of the draft ordinance that I would like to clarify is the temporary structure definition and how it relates to the standards of the ordinance. A temporary structure is defined in the draft ordinance as a structure that doesn't require a building permit. Staff thought it'd be important to include this definition to ensure that it is clear that even structures that don't require a building permit, such as maybe a small pop-up tent under the required square footage for a building permit, is still subject to the standards of the ordinance. The ordinance provides certain standards for indoor modifications and outdoor modifications. Those are in sections 5A and 5B, and then also general standards, section 5C through H, for all types of temporary modifications, including a temporary structure. And that concludes my presentation. I am available for questions, and I do note that Supervisor Jurdy had shared some revisions proposed to the ordinance, and staff has reviewed those, and I do have just some slight changes to the wording that was proposed that I'm happy to review at any time, and I can share my screen with that information.
All right. Are there any board comments?
Yes, Chair Haschek.
Yes.
And please be aware that Supervisor Brown and I may not be able to see your screen, but one question I had on the issue of the temporary structure that you just cited, definition K. If the intent is to include something like a very modest structure that clearly doesn't require a building permit, but when you say temporary structure means a structure that does not require a building permit, then what happens to that temporary structure that does require a building permit? So wouldn't it be more inclusive to say that temporary structure means the structure, temporary structure includes a structure that does not require a building permit?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor McCowan. And I just want to note, so the temporary structure definition, it's separate. There's still two other definitions within the code, which include temporary indoor modifications, temporary outdoor modifications, and then temporary modifications in general, which is all encompassing of all three. The reason why we pulled that out was that we wanted to just make sure that it was very clear, because many folks believe, if you don't need a building permit, you don't got to comply with standards, and that is not correct. And so I wanted to make sure it was uber clear and very, full transparency that even if you don't require a building permit, you still are subject to certain standards. And so that was the reason for keeping it separate. And the temporary modifications definition, that is the all-encompassing one. That includes whether you require a building permit or you don't. And so I hope that clarifies. I'm happy to try to clarify it more. I know it's a little bit confusing.
Thank you. My other suggested modification might be to change the 30-day requirement for removal to 90 days. I wonder if there'd be any opposition to that.
Staff is supportive of that change. It's really at the discretion of the board how you would like to have the cessation portion of this ordinance implemented.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions from the board? Okay, hearing none, we don't have any public comment. So we'll go back to the board for a motion.
Well, I would like to hear Supervisor Jurdy's suggested revisions.
Thank you, Chair Hashak. I would be happy to go through them, but I believe it sounded like planning staff had some additional comments that I'm not aware of. So I'd like to hear how they would summarize their suggested changes.
Sure, and if I may, I would just like to share my screen here, and then I will, of course, distribute this to the clerk of the board. If the board is agreeing with this language, then I'm going to share. This is just the ordinance that is posted with the item right now with some red line changes shown. So I'm going to share my screen here. So zeroing in, this is in section 5, and this is in section 5C, I believe. Oh, no, excuse me, 5B. I just want to make sure. So this is the context. We're under the temporary modifications section, and we're in B related to outdoor modifications. So subpart 10 here talks about, this is about how many spaces of your required off-street parking you'd be able to utilize to, say, put up a temporary tent. So the language, and we had a discussion, myself and Director Schultz, with Supervisor Jurdy about what his comments were on what's posted with the item in terms of what was the goal we were trying to reach in terms of the required parking and how many spaces could be filled. So as I understood it, the goal was really to provide the opportunity for folks that have location or access to on-street parking to allow them greater flexibility to be able to use more of their parking spaces in order to provide for temporary modifications. So the way that staff has rewritten this section is just stating, and I'm going to read it into the record for the benefit of the supervisors that do not have access to this document.
And actually, I'd just like to comment, it is attached to the agenda, and I do have it.
Yep. Oh, thank you. Perfect. So this would read the whole thing, and so it would state a temporary outdoor area may utilize an existing parking area provided they do not utilize any California Disabled Persons Act, that's an ADA required space. If the parcel adjoins a public road which allows on-street parking, a temporary outdoor area may utilize 5 of their required off-street parking spaces or up to 75% of their required parking spaces, whichever is greater. If a parcel does not adjoin a public road which allows for on-street parking, a temporary outdoor area may utilize 5 of their required off-street parking spaces or 50% of their required parking spaces, whichever is greater. And that would be the full revision to, again, that's section 5B10.
Thank you, Julia. I think your language was more clear than mine, and I appreciate the proposed edits.
All right, so we're looking for a motion.
Chair Haschak, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and there is no public comment on this item.
Right. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move approval incorporating Supervisor Jurdy's suggestion as modified by staff, and also changing the 30 days to 90 days for restoration of the facility after the COVID emergency.
Second.
All right. Any further comment?
Excuse me, I do have one more question for county staff, and I apologize for not bringing this up in our meeting the other day. It's clear to me that many businesses under these circumstances, if they have changed hours or changed operations, are likely to have a sandwich board or some sort of minor secondary signage that alerts the public to those issues. Does planning staff envision that there's enough flexibility in the ordinance that minor additional supplemental signage like that would be allowed?
Thank you for that question. And it is going to be a little challenging to answer because depending on the type of signage that you do, you're subject to different standards under our code. So as the ordinance is written right now, section 5B7 states that no additional signage is authorized for a temporary outdoor area. So this would be if, say, you're putting up a tent outside. It doesn't necessarily, that restriction doesn't necessarily apply to all potential temporary modifications that could be done, but any signage would need to be in conformance with county standards. This ordinance does not address an exemption for any additional signage to be erected than what is presently allowed under county code.
Okay, just a final question. As a practical matter, if someone's complying with the ordinance in all of these respects but has a modest sign like a sandwich board saying these are our hours of operation during COVID or something minor like that, it just seems to me that it's probably not the highest priority of code enforcement to deal with that particular modification, but I guess we'll just.
Okay, so let's see, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Okay, any further comment? Okay, Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call?
Yes.
Vote?
Yes. Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
I did.
Somebody voted for me, but Williams is a yes.
My apologies. I'm finally Chair Haschak.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, do we need a break or no 5:30 rule? Continue on.
Mr. Chair, I would defer to staff. If they don't need a break, I'm willing to continue.
Okay, staff, CEO Angelo, or clerk of the board?
Chair Haschak, we could continue. We don't need a break right now. We could just continue with the meeting.
Okay, then
Thank
we'll
you.
go to item 5D, which is discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive reading of ordinance amending camping and parking regulations of the County of Mendocino, Mendocino County Code Section 14.32.030, unlawful camping, Section 15.12.040, prohibited parking, and Section 15.12.041, limited time parking, various areas. Sponsor is Department of Transportation. Is Director DeShiel on the line?
Yeah, Chair Haschak, we're looking for someone from transportation. We don't have anyone at this time.
Okay,
Right,
should
and-
we go on to item 5F?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I think the item's fairly self-explanatory, and I think we could simply go forward with it and make it quick.
Well, okay, let's, item 5D was just spoken. Okay,
Chair Haschak?
yes.
My apologies for interrupting. This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and we do have Howard DeShiel on the line.
Very good, thank you. Okay. Director DeShiel.
Chair Haschak, he's just having difficulty getting into the meeting, but he is with us. He just, I'm sorry, at this late hour, I apologize for my humor. He is just trying to get on into the Zoom. So we could go to the next item, and hopefully by the time we finish that, he'll be with us.
Let's do that, I'd feel better. Okay, agenda item 5F, discussion and possible action, including adoption of urgency ordinance authorizing an administrative permit program for the temporary use and occupancy of trailer coaches for use as a shelter following the August Complex and Oak fires, and extending the effectiveness of ordinance number 4397, which adopted an administrative permit program for temporary use and occupancy of trailer coaches for use as a shelter following the Redwood Valley fire in 2017. Okay, sponsors are the Planning and Building Services and Executive Office.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, this is Nash Gonzalez, and I'll be co-presenting this with Julia Acker, and I will keep this short and brief, and thank you very much for introducing the item. But basically what we're looking at is staff is being very proactive when it comes to the fires, and instead of waiting for the board to give direction on this one, we're actually bringing this ordinance to you this evening so that we can basically create the same situation that we did with the 2017 fires. Again, if I throw out a few statistics, for the 17 fire, we had 79 applications for APs. We take a look at the number of homes that have been destroyed in the 17 fire. That was over 600. We've had at least 156 homes rebuilt. For the Oak fire, we've lost 32 residents. For the August complex, we've lost 12 residences. So we feel that people will take advantage of this opportunity and utilize the trailer coaches. And what we also look at is people want to get back onto their properties as soon as possible. So again, for many of you, you were on the board at the time, and we are, again, bringing this ordinance forward so that we look at the same considerations that were given in 17 that will be given to this ordinance. This ordinance will also extend out for another 3 years those that were affected by the Redwood Valley fire in 17. So basically everyone gets 3 years. With that said, I'll turn it over to Julia for any closing comments.
Thank you. So Julia Acker-Krog, I'm just going to reiterate a little bit of what Nash specified. And so this ordinance is going to allow for the temporary use and occupancy of trailer coaches for shelter, and it builds upon the existing county code provisions, which only allow for such use of trailer coaches after a building permit is issued for a residence on the parcel. This ordinance would also allow travel coaches to be used by licensed contractors hired to construct a replacement dwelling unit and associated structures. And I just want to note, this is for more the implementation of it, that the number of trailer coaches on the parcel is going to be limited by the allowable density of dwelling units for that parcel pursuant to the inland zoning code, +1 for that contractor trailer, minus any inhabited dwelling units on the parcel, such as that didn't burn. This ordinance provides that properties need to meet still certain health and safety related requirements prior to issuance of the administrative permit, and all administrative permits under this ordinance would sunset on October 20th, 2023 as proposed. Thank you very much, and we're available for questions.
Okay, are there any board comments? Supervisor Jurdy.
Thank you. I have one. My assumption is that staff has not seen any major problems with the first attempt at this ordinance with the 2017 fires. And I guess my question to staff and the board is, if we're not seeing problems for people who, setting up a temporary trailer after while they're pursuing a building permit and a permanent structure due to a emergency, why not just simply allow this for people for any emergency? The example I give is I know an elderly woman who lost her home in a fire on Highway 20, but it was a single home that burned, and in her example not allowed under the ordinance to have a trailer. Her house is rebuilt, but if you're part of a major disaster, everyone's allowed to have a temporary trailer. And I don't understand why we don't just simply change it to say, if your house is destroyed due to a natural disaster or just a disaster of some kind, this ordinance pertains to you.
If I may, through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, recovery. This is something that we will be exploring as we look at updating the zoning ordinance, because again, this does come up. We have seen issues over the years with regards to code enforcement issues, where some things like this do happen. But again, if it's regulated through an administrative permit process, this is something that staff is willing to entertain. And again, we are going to be looking at this as we revise the code. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Yes, I would support that revision. Hopefully that can occur sooner rather than later. I'm not sure what the time frame is to revise the zoning code, but this is one area that if we revise it now, it'll benefit everyone who finds themselves in this position going forward. I note also that this does provide for waiving of the administrative permit fee, as the board did previously. There is a projected cost to the department for that of approximately $68,000. I would suggest that we could, and we maybe don't do this today, but it's something that comes back. We could certainly reimburse the department for that cost through the disaster funds that we've received through PG&E. We could also consider reimbursing the department for the fees that were foregone in 2017. But at any rate, rather than asking the department to do the additional work with no compensation, it would seem reasonable to use a tiny portion of the $24 million that the county has received to make the department whole for that work.
Okay, where are we with this? Okay. Are there any further questions or comments from the board?
I actually do have one more. There's a couple of things that we did by board direction in 2017. I'm not sure how many people took advantage of it. Nash Gonzalez might know, but the board also gave direction that in addition to waiving the fee for this administrative permit, we would defer building permit fees upon request, and that would include any fees associated with getting back onto the property, such as a well permit or a temporary power pole. We would defer those fees until occupancy, if requested, in the theory that we wanted to lower barriers to people being able to start the rebuilding process. So I would hope we would give that same direction here.
Okay, any further comment from the board?
I would support that further direction as well.
I would support it as well. Hopefully it's included in the motion.
Okay, let's take public comment. I don't see any public comment. Deputy Clerk, no public comment.
I was just double checking. No, there is no public comment on this item.
Okay, back to the board. Okay, should we, can we make a motion including that direction?
So moved.
Second.
All right, any further comment? Okay, Deputy Clerk, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Brown?
Who was that?
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Chair Haschak?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we're back to item 5D, and we already read it. So, Director DeShiel, are you on the line now? Welcome.
Mr. DeShiel, you are muted. So if you wish to speak, just to go ahead and unmute yourself, try pressing *6.
Sorry, I thought I'd done that. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation, and definitely not someone who can operate a conference call phone. The item is fairly self-explanatory. We're adjusting the county's parking ordinance and camping ordinance to reflect a consistent policy on Geysers Road that's consistent with the adjacent 101. We're also cleaning up some desired parking restrictions in the town of Hopland and at the east end of the Vichy Bridge. So with that, I would take any questions.
Okay, any questions from the board? All right, hearing none. Were there any public comment?
No public comment on this item.
Okay, back to the board.
Move the recommended action.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further comment? Okay, Deputy Clerk of the Board, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
And Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, item 5G, discussion and possible action, including holding a public meeting related to the county's intention to modify the boundaries of the Mendocino County Lodging Business Improvement District to include the incorporated area of the city of Point Arena to provide for the levying of assessments on specified hotel businesses conducted within the city of Point Arena. Sponsors are the Planning and Building Services and County Council.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you. Adrienne Thompson, Planning and Building Services. You have the report in front of you. I will keep it very brief if you have questions. This is County Council and our third time trying to get this through with COVID-related issues in our hearing. This is the public meeting portion. There will be a public hearing in November, and we are available for questions if you have any. Also, Travis Scott with Visit Mendocino is on the line if you'd like to ask him a question. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions of the board? Okay, hearing none. Are there any public comments? Okay.
Chair Haschak, we have a public comment request, but that person is not on the line at the moment. We do have someone calling in from the city of Point Arena.
Okay, is that Mr. Shoemaker?
Perhaps.
Hello, City of Point Arena. City of Point Arena, is that Mr. Shoemaker?
City of Point Arena, you are muted. So you'll need to unmute yourself if you wish to speak.
Would *6 unmute?
It looks like this person is zooming in, so that wouldn't work. Oh, it looks like they've unmuted.
We miss it. We fucking miss it.
Okay, City of Point Arena.
But if you want to talk about that again tomorrow, we can talk about that again tomorrow.
City of Point Arena. You're at the Board of Supervisors.
You might want to. She'll talk to you.
Okay, is that Richard Shoemaker?
We don't know.
Yes, that is Richard.
It sounded like him. So, okay, City of Point Arena, last chance. Okay, I would just like to, well, going back to the board, just like to point out that in the agenda summary for this, it states that the current fiscal year cost is $300,000 and the annual recurring cost is $300,000. And when I talked to Adrienne at Planning and Building, it sounded like it'd be more like $30,000. So is there someone from Planning and Building who could confirm that?
Good afternoon, Adrienne Thompson, Planning and Building. Yes, Supervisor, that is correct. The number will be an estimate, potentially between 30 to 60,000. We're assuming the ordinance could take effect beginning of January, and I apologize, some of these numbers may still have been left over from pre-COVID era. We're not sure what the tourism taxes will look like for the next fiscal year, but our estimate based on our contract with MCTC is 30 to 60,000 for county cost.
Very good, thank you. Any further comments from the board? Okay, is there a motion from the board?
Motion to receive comments. Recommended action shows no further action required.
Oh, okay. We're good with that then? Okay, so we received the public comments. So with that, we can move on. Okay, so Let's see, the Chief Executive Officer's report, item 5J.
Chair Hashak, yes, the board should have the CEO report. I can go through it if you'd like. I can go through it quickly. It's, I just had to get it. So basically it's.
Are they?
Human. Okay, I keep hearing noises here.
I think that was City of Point Arena.
Okay, well, I guess if he comes back on, I could stop. But anyway, so the human resources update does talk about our COVID response and statistics. That's on the first page. The vacancy list is included. And then, of course, our request for proposals and for bids is on page 2, and you can see where we are with our projects. We do have an agriculture update from the Ag Commissioner on page 3. And then, of course, we have our emergency projects. And the Laughlin Repeater Site is an emergency project from September 18th. And then the Redwood Valley Sheriff's Substation building, which is vacant, did have a problem with a water leak, and that was early October 2nd. And so you can see the cost of that project, which is approximately $12,000. And that is general fund, because that's the county facility, that's not the training center. So we do have the Mendocino County winter holiday schedule in here. As this board is aware, every year we do allow for departments to close during a 1-week winter holiday. And of course, we get that information ahead of time along with the Thanksgiving holiday. And so we put out a press release and make sure that the public knows. But we are finalizing the winter holiday schedule now. There has certainly been some questions about the board directives. They are included. I would say, if I don't recall if we did talk about this at the last meeting, but the directives are updated. We have clerk of the board staff who record the directives, and then we have executive office staff who keep track of the directives that are attached here to the CEO report. There was some question that the directives were not updated. The directives are updated. What happens is that when the minutes from the board meetings are approved by the board, that's when the directives become final and are attached. So you do have a complete list through the last meeting in October attached to the CEO report, and that's the directives. The hazard mitigation plan, I do have a status report on that. I do have Nash Gonzalez still on the line if there's any questions. Cultural Services Agency, there is a recruitment that is occurring for the Cultural Services Agency Director, and you can see the update from the Library, Museum, and the Parks. Animal Care Services, the usual statistics. Thank you to Rich Molinari and his staff for their consistency in their good work. And then, of course, we have attached to this report per board direction the Department of Transportation report, a Health and Human Service report, and an Air Quality Management District update. We have the upcoming meetings, and then you can see all of the attachments. And that's what I have this evening, unless there are any questions, Chair Hashak.
All right. Well, thank you. Okay, hearing no questions, we'll move on. So to item 5K, the discussion and possible action, including review, adoption, amendment, consideration, or ratification of legislative pursuant to the adopted legislative platform. Is there a report on that?
Chair Hashak, there is no ledge report this evening. Thank you.
Okay. And then we'll go down to supervisors' reports. Okay, we'll start with Supervisor Brown.
I'm going to call the 5:30 rule.
Okay. Okay, so the 5:30 rule's been called. We'll have supervisor reports next time. All right. So at 6:20, the meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.